we're gonna go and destroy the road to hell. Like there's a hell gate, and we're gonna go and be like,
we have to go and
destroy the
blow up the hell gate.
Blow up the
Yeah,
hell
that's
gate.
like medieval opening the gates in Warcraft. You know, we gotta.
Which I'm calling. I know how it's supposed to. I bet I know how it's gonna happen, and I don't like it.
Well, just to make sure that we're there fast enough, I picked up this handy feat called "Pick Up the Pace."
Wow, for a whole 20 minutes longer.
Well, it doesn't specify how large the group can be.
That's true, it doesn't specify. Imagine just Leon with like a bullhorn at the front of like 10,000 armed forces, like, alright boys, 20 more minutes.
I was more thinking like gym teacher whistle, but that'll work.
Okay. That's great.
Yeah, the gym teacher, that's the vibe he's in. So we got the shorts on.
Exactly.
The group of you are
the group.
Well, I guess, yeah. I mean, you guys just summarized basically what's happening last time, but to sort of put it into official roleplay language, as is required by the sacred rules of the session recap. You guys continued to fight a pretty massive battle, having started it the previous session. You'd gone into the forests of Falinar, aiming to reverse an ambush that Greybird had unwittingly sacrificed herself to briefly reveal to you. Using a weird reality warping and highly plot convenient spell of Alec of Hardmere's that twisted the whole forest into a sort of strange fractured dimension maze version of itself, weird Inception, sometimes upside down bullshit. And in that situation, you guys fought to an advantage. You managed to get yourselves back together after being scattered across all this place, bit by bit, as you took on the leadership of the Dawn, who turned out to be none other than the old companion of Elandria and Saji, Blackie. He was him. He was Commander Doomazid all along. And yes, also Fandon was hanging out there too. She had been twisted by Flackie's evilness, and when you were preparing to strike the final blow, and Doomazid was at his weakest, that final soul fragment of Flackie's that, for sort of legal reasons, was not subject to the contract that Flackie himself had signed, was able to take over and redeem him at the last second, except he was then swiftly unredeemed by Fandon, who was justifiably salty that she'd been all twisted and made evil, and then he was going to be all like, "No, I'm good, actually." She was like, "No, fuck that." Stabbed him.
It was some real Kingdom Hearts level shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Crying.
And it also in that moment, as you were trying to celebrate your victory, Xavier himself set forth upon the battlefield. Yeah, very foolish, for he was decisively defeated with the assistance of the cat Mogget, who turned out to in fact be a demon lord, with a grudge against Xavier. No one really.
There's no way that'll ever come back to bite us in the ass.
Come back to bite us. Yeah,
I don't think so.
It's an unexpected occurrence, but there it was.
Two generations problem. When Beth gets resurrected in like 500 years, like
and with that, Morgat departed, and everyone was preparing to celebrate when Long Ears pulled a sneaky one. Yet again.
Sneaky.
You can't not to be trusted this one.
I think we trust.
I've been saying this for a while, though.
The sneaky one to reveal that actually there is yet more to be done. That the gates of hell themselves must be closed for the world to know peace.
We will be the ones to close it.
My retirement. I was one day off retirement.
Yeah, man, I wish. Yeah.
And yeah, that's basically what had gone down. So when we resume, it's more or less in the sort of hours after the conclusion of the battle. The word is sort of spreading that well, I guess that's up to you guys. Would you guys be spreading the word that a final campaign is necessary, or if it's entirely up to you guys at this point how you attempt to handle this? And by that, I really mean like less Elandria and Saji and more like the actual current PC party. You guys are the ones who, or at least have been to some degree entrusted by Longiers with this knowledge, and some have been entrusted with more knowledge than others.
I feel the plan isn't really like to go to the whole army, or is it like take
I
our
answered
army
there,
over more?
there was supposed to be a lot of resistance there, right? We were gonna meet major fiendish forces, so I thought we would have to bring most of the people, but
To the gates, you mean?
to the gates, yeah.
It's more
The
like
black
if more people
gates.
help us at all, if they sort us down.
Yeah, then maybe have to be like a minimum level, 15 and above.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bring a first level resistant guy over to the gates of hell just to get fucking launched.
This is basically, we just won at Ministerius, but now we have to go to the
think-
Black Gates to distract
Yeah.
I
Sauron.
guess
This is definitely something I think that we just mentioned, like to the top level, and then it's decided
To the council.
Yeah, be
to
like,
share this
but I think
in a wide way. Either that, or we just kind of like slink off in the night and
I think my
Well,
or
then-
Leon's first thought would be to spread the news and just have no obligations to people, but like if you wanna come help us, it's for the good of the world,
I'm trying to remember, did Long Years tell us like how we're going to close the fucking gates?
Yeah, big ass ritual. Like
So
all
we're
the
gonna have to bring,
spellcasters and stuff.
yeah, a
All
super large number of spellcasters anyway. So
All the
might as well
good
bring the
ones.
army.
All the good ones.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much all of them is the problem. I don't know if we have any like
We
shit.
must have shitty, we must have plenty of shitty cannon fodder, right? Surely. I mean, we joined Resistance at first level, so there must be Resistance members at first level, right?
True.
But, yeah, I think Leon's suggestion, Leon basically saying, there were specific people who we need to come, who are, strong enough to actually make a difference. And anyone else, this is what we're doing, join us or go live your life, feel dawn
And we'll try our best for you.
Look,
yeah.
If there's going to be resistance, I suggest we bring as many as possible, backups, because if there's a fight,
We're the resistance.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But but I mean, low level guys, those poor guys shouldn't have,
Yeah, maybe it is.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, as you share the kind of information with the council, your debate, it kind of is reflected in the way they end up discussing it as well. It's some people are so keen for the campaign to be over. They just want to they just want to go home, and they don't disagree that it's a problem that needs dealing with, but are when the idea is even floated that maybe everyone doesn't need to go, it's yes, let's find a way that we can give all of our magic and everything to whatever team we need to, however many is decided that is, or it's just you guys 20 people or whatever, and try and make it happen that way. Basically, there's a lot of people who are really, and also the argument is that it'll be really hard. It's literally the other side of the world. I mean, the known world. To convince the ecstatic defenders out there that to like that they. I mean, it's not like it's undoable, right? Leon's got pretty good diplomacy.
Yeah, but even like logistically, right? It'd be so slow and take so much food and resources to spend. Like if they're dawn resistance, they pick you apart on the road. Like it's like moving an army across the world is like.
Also, and like there's another kind of angle to, that's like some people are kind of also forwarding that there's other like that maybe there's not even time for this right now. There's other more important like go home, yes, but not just like retire and like but to like begin fixing the world because the Dawn will have just like collapsed nationwide and lost all of their powers. I mean, you guys saw what happened pretty swiftly at the border after you guys just defeated the Dawn fortress that was there. That, in theory, has like happened across the entire border of the land. There's like the Forsworn protected before the time. Now the Dawn protected before. Now in theory, there's no one, and all of the adventurers are basically most of them are kind of here. And that so that needs and also what's going on in like what was called New Pandemonium that people have begun calling at. Well, no, people haven't begun calling it Atlas City again. That's another question. Like that's because the whole. I mean, the other what that was the other thing that kind of came to light over the course of the campaign was like the fact that the previous world, the one that everyone was kind of fighting to restore, was built on this sort of lie, this sort of like the gods basically decided to play Crusader Kings. They like decided, they sort of like, okay, I will, you be that king, you be that king, you be that king, and and we'll just like every time our current host dies, we'll just become the next one and like sort of rule the land forever. Like that's literally what they. And it was horrible and cynical. And as people have pointed out, like those gods have justifiably seen the end they deserved, but they don't. If it's not to be called Atlas, I mean, Atlas is what the gods chose to name it. What should the Empire? There's those discussions are going on. So I've talked a lot now. Like you guys
Fuck them gods
a bit as well, but like that's kind of if you just want to discuss.
There's a lot of stuff happening in the world right now. Is there any talk about who's gonna like be king or like this kind of stuff?
Well, so I'll let my impression was that Elandria and Sagi never really wanted anything like that. They set up the resistance to overthrow. But like never really with a long-term goal of governing afterwards, or even like and like sure, it seems that irresponsible, but like you got to remember what were the fucking chances of it was like the chances of blowing up the Death Star, right? Like who the fuck ever thought you guys were gonna like be in a position now where you're like, oh great, all the Dawn are gone.
Yeah, who's our Mon Mothma that we can like have just run everything after the fact?
It was Greybird.
Greybird,
God damn it!
True.
Years, right? Long years.
Yeah.
I don't.
It's not like you guys don't have like the Resistance don't have like a pretty decent like well connected network. It's not impossible that the Resistance could like form a government, and maybe like some people raise the point, well, if not us, who else? If we don't want to do it. But like a lot of people are very against it and want to like and are more like, okay, let's stabilize the borders first, figure out a way to hold it in it. But like, what if the internal kingdom just like goes to complete chaos? It's people are there's a lot of debate going on, and like kind of it was already going on when you guys kind of came in with the news about the gates of hell, and people are now very like, okay, yeah, we don't want to like, because obviously whatever we stabilize doesn't want to be overrun again by an uncontrollable army of devils, but like, how do we logistically fit this in with all our other logistical problems?
Yeah. No, these are big problems. Becca's like, let's just go kill some devils. So let the big people deal with the complicated, logistical, diplomatic problems. So let me swing my sword. But I think, like, we would just, I think in general, just be like, I don't know, Becca leaves it pretty, whatever. He's kind of like done with it. So he's just like, let's just fucking go do this quickly. Get it done.
I think Leon maybe similarly, not quite done with it, but more focus on the soldiers than the leadership. Just trying to like encourage them, inspire them to like follow us one more time. I'll be with the army mostly.
One more time from Hamilton starts playing in the background.
Wait, which one is that? I forgot.
That's the one. The George Washington. If I could actually sing this morning, I've been sick all weekend. I would, but
I would love a rendition of Hamilton from Josh.
Right.
He's a good singer.
Next time.
God,
Josh is a good singer. Like, I mean, by comparison to everyone else, Ian is like literally the worst
Hey
thing I
now,
fucking know.
what are you fucking doing? How dare you? How
Get wrecked.
dare you?
It's the worst thing as I know I
Yeah.
think during this call.
Guess you haven't
dare
listened to me sing.
How dare you?
Hey,
That's true. I don't think I
sometimes.
have. I think you've kept it to yourself.
Dare you?
For a reason.
I'm pretty sure there was attempts to do some karaoke, but last time
man.
singing, we kind of dropped the idea.
Yep.
Karaoke night. Alright, yeah, I mean, do we have plans for how we're gonna get there super quickly? We have teleports, right?
We got lots of teleports.
Good.
I'm sure Alec has a super convenient, definitely not OP or not in
Yeah,
the
the
spell
shadow
book
walk,
types of
however, right?
Yeah, he has a shadow walk
to get
thing,
us there
yeah.
quickly.
But the shadow still doesn't work on that many people, right? Like, teleport also doesn't work for that many people.
I mean, gets the whole party, right?
I mean,
Yeah,
can
yeah,
you
but I
let
mean, like,
Long
if you
Ears
wanted
pull
to
his
have-
goddamn
Yeah,
weight and get us there already?
Shadow
He's
Walk
almost
still-
20
require you to
character.
go with them. Oh yeah, you went up.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
what resources do we have? We have two,
I mean,
in our party we have 2 teleports.
Sure.
Oh shit,
So-
for a second, fuck.
But they are lower level teleports.
Hmm.
Tom is more in two directions.
Mine
than
is.
Spontaneous caster.
Mm,
Tom could cast both, correct?
Totally
Or
not
you
signature
prepared?
spell.
You prepared?
No,
or
it's
was it
no. I am spontaneous, but like it's on the archetype.
Yeah, it's his
spell list.
archetype one. It's the same thing, the problem that I have, where technically I have more spells of that level, but I can't use it because it's tied to a
Yeah.
different spell.
I
I
guess
actually just realized
For my
I need to
other
check
archetype.
something for
Okay.
like
Yeah.
shit here.
I guess, like, I mean, Shadow Walk doesn't maybe. Beck's like about it. I'm sure we get it quickly, right? Like, oh, how long would it be? I'm sure we got some. Oh, I don't do it.
So, okay, but the choices are
Okay, no.
either try and like magically get there with a small party, like only the card people, or like with the army, and maybe take a few weeks.
I mean, it doesn't make sense. It takes too long, Leon. It'll be like, come
Well,
on,
we
I'll
don't-
be even older by the time we get there. I mean, no offense to these guys, but like, you really want to send them through like a gate of hell? And like, fuck, I mean, they've done enough.
It's true, more than we can ask.
Spells are missing too. I don't know why.
I mean, some of them, sure, they can help, but like, I mean, I just say, I mean, if there's some stuff which we're not able to deal with, like, you know, us and some of the other top guys, like, I don't know if Jim's gonna make a difference, you know what I mean? I mean, he's a good guy, but
Jim's just standing there.
no offense, Jim, you know, I can hold that sword like no one's business.
I mean, I guess we need to ask Thingamajig, Long Ears, about like are there armies waiting there? Is there like a few high level fiends? Does he know anything about like the
Yeah, we definitely
defenses of the
lack
book?
information there. Yeah. We need more information.
Okay. Funnily enough, Long Ears is actually not present at the discussion.
This guy.
Yeah. Yes.
And you are
Actually,
one of the
I-
ones who note his absence.
So, by the way, I know as players, we know that Longyear's took ASIC off to speak separately. Do we, as characters, know that?
I don't think so.
Ada, I mean that's up to you. What ASIC would have?
We didn't see it, right? So it's
Yeah, it was not. Yeah,
It's just been a minute,
Long
so I
Ears
can
did not
remember.
come along and take ASIC away in the middle of everything.
How much time passed since that happened?
I'm imagining this kind of conversation has been going on for like an hour or so now. So it's been a while. That was pretty immediately after everything. So, like a few hours even, I would say, in the kind of like time since everything's kind of being unpicked and everyone's sort of,
Well, as
winding down.
determined to go to the gates, even if he has to go like with just him and Longyears, and like doesn't really expect anyone else to go. But he's kind of like avoidant and guilty around others, and doesn't really know how to address something. But he's like just getting ready, and whatever the journey will be. And like usually,
Okay, so I think maybe then based on that, the other party members notice two things simultaneously. One is firstly that Long Ears is not present there, but also like you would notice that Asic is being like maybe a little quieter even than usual. Asic never was sort of most talkative. I think is like even
Like very determined. Like until
yeah.
then, he was just following with the quest, but now he's like, okay, this is what he's going to do.
Yeah, so like Asic is even quieter than usual, and you've also seen him like check his equipment like 3 times in the last hour. Like, you know, things that like, you know, like it's already like was that ready? Was that thing in the right pocket? Was that, you know, like loaded and everything?
Do I
Like,
ever
maybe a bit of nervous energy.
catch you kind of checking the you know, the old overpowered special magical item that you just happen to be carrying sometimes? And then by that I mean all the time.
I mean, I assume your perception is better than my stealth, so maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, because Asic wears it as part of his like alchemical tools, right? Like because it's many bulks, so you don't have it all the time. But like we said, like you know, your the standard day-to-day tools like comprises like parts of the philosopher's extractor. So yeah, you would definitely see Asic using
Also,
parts of it.
Yeah.
depends on how much attention you're paying.
Quite a lot.
Allegedly.
Because you'll remember like the last conversation that Asic and Brahmak had was like, whatever you do, don't let Raceland or Long Ears take that.
Yep. Yeah.
So,
I
at some
guess-
point, Brahmak will go over and
Oh,
just
yeah,
be like, Asic, you seem a little nervous. Are you okay?
But who wouldn't be nervous going to the gates of hell?
I mean, of course.
Rex like singing loudly in the background,
Yeah.
having a great old time.
I mean, obviously with a certain company excluded.
Some devils.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. But like, what? It seems different than even yesterday.
I just have a purpose now, and might be in conflict with some other people, and I'm not sure how I feel about it just yet.
You want to talk about it?
Tell me, Bromok, why do you fight? What is the word that you want to see?
It's interesting that you asked that. It's the same question that Longears asked me.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
Did he
I'll
like
tell you
your
this-
answer? If you don't want to,
I think he knew it was coming.
Fine, but did he like the answer?
I mean, I think Longears is way too hard to read.
I'd agree with that.
But I don't think my answer was unexpected.
And you still want
But
to
I-
change the words?
Again, the world that I want is one that isn't being run and controlled by devils. So, to an extent, yes. Right? I don't want those to be like that to be a constant threat to this world forever. But I'm also hesitant. Everyone has some form of an agenda, right? And not always a negative way.
Yeah.
What is it that Longears wants?
I do not know. But I think we are on the same page, and if I'm afraid, it is only of the unknown.
And that is fair.
Yeah.
Well, if there's anything that I can do to help, any advice I can provide, just let me know.
I thank you.
Of course. He like, taps him on the shoulder and says, "We'll be okay."
Okay, cool.
In the meantime, just addressing the others like, anyone seen lawyers? By chance? I haven't picked them up in a while.
Lead us to battle. Well, he's off celebrating somebody's other way, I guess. You know? Having some beers.
Yeah, well-
Excuse, maybe.
I mean, I haven't known him that long, but that doesn't seem like his thing, does it? I mean, I thought he was
he
all
did
about
just
the
come back from the dead.
plan.
Yeah, I kind of fucked with you for a few days, I remember that. Hey, I'm gonna shout loudly, boys! You out there? Like, just shout until, you know, words will like surrounding area to see if he reacts. Give it a few seconds.
Do I notice Raceland anywhere?
Raislin's in the council room. He's
Okay.
not really like contributing a huge amount to the conversation. He's actually being more helpful than you might necessarily have expected in the circumstance. He's like
Interesting.
he's contributing knowledge and information without really making like a lot of demands or kind of like trying to sway the discussion very much.
Well, we've got any good signs.
But he is like definitely kind of listening to everything. Like he's definitely,
Yeah.
you know, like he's here because he wanted to be in the room. He wanted to know what was going on. But
And
he also
it's all
is,
just
like-
Hamilton songs now. He just wants to be in the room where it happens. Where it happens.
Exactly. I mean, you know, it's literally this is you can make
Exactly.
You know, maybe there's a founding father moment.
This is
sort of
right
going on.
before like end of Act 1, start of Act 2 type stuff. Yeah.
You know,
But no long ear shows up to the calling.
so you know he doesn't himself show up, but like as Beck's like you know kind of kilometer wide bellow sort of like echoes out, you get people volunteering directions where they like saw him walking, like you know someone nearby says you know like it, so yeah, based on that you guys could begin like to search for him if you sort of want to
Yeah.
collectively.
You want to have a chat with him about
I
Oh, no, I
hunt
think that'd
pray
be-
him, and then I
that'd be
search
smart.
for him.
Alright,
thought
follow
you
us
were
on
talking
the set.
about-
As he follows on the set, let's follow him.
Okay.
Like, nose to the ground, you know.
I guess
my-
actually I think Raceland and Longyears were both hunt prayed at the end of last session, so I haven't changed that. So they technically still would be.
Perfect.
I think
So you know
so.
exactly.
If not,
what-
I mean, if not, I think you technically could do it anyway, just by just declaring that you intend to track him.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, kind of get directions towards. I mean, there's not really a camp here, so everyone just kind of set off for like a fight. So there's rudimentary, like what sort of tents and stuff were brought have been set up, combined with like a fair amount of creative repurposing of local forest for you know, like uses, not like they're like building log cabins or anything, but you know, they're like bending a tree halfway over and then you know, strapping a couple of tarpaulins to make, you know, on it to make a sort of rudimentary tent without any, like, because they don't have any supports or poles or anything, blah blah stuff like that. And yeah, you sort of like get directed further and further, kind of away from the center of the hubbub before like the sort of the last person you speak to sort of says that they saw him kind of like wandering off. You know, in like, and they gestured a direction through the forest. Not in a particular hurry or anything. But, you know, when you asked, just wandering off.
I'll look at the others and be like, alright, well, this is strange. Maybe he needed some alone time, but if he was gonna go somewhere, he could have just done it by whatever magics he possesses, I assume.
Maybe it took
It's
a lot out
more-
of him in the fight. I don't know.
More of a symbolic walk into the trees?
I don't know. I mean, you can still follow him like Lamok, I guess, you know, kind of went too far, maybe. It would be kind of nice to know a bit
Yeah.
more about this old Hellgate, right? The Mitchell and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the only one who knows how to do it, right?
Apparently.
Yeah, I just, you know, don't want to catch him with his pants down, you know, maybe you
I mean,
really-
I can chat. Alright. I mean, I guess so, but it seemed like you were walking casually. Normally I have at least a little bit of a urgent walk to me.
At least he would
Jump on
be
the broom.
slightly more humanoid, mortal appearing. We caught him like that.
Yeah, but you know, I don't think I need it, you know. I believe in mortal enough, you know. But
He did die, so there's that. But
and it came back just like what normal mortals do, right?
there's just something strangely deific about him.
What's that mean?
It means he has a good diet.
Sure.
See, he's very slender, you know.
Oh, that's why it's
Yeah.
gone for.
I mean that's
mindless.
typical elf bullshit. But
Oh,
No,
why is that?
no, I mean like he seems to always know more than he lets on. Right? Seems incredibly powerful, but unwilling to help.
Hey, up to bed.
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
He had a plan and stuff.
He kind of like helped me when I was like dead, you know. Had some nice time with him over there.
That is a fair
Then
point.
we talked to my dead wife. That was pretty nice of him.
Well,
Didn't
he
really
did
have to do
that.
Yeah. I owe him at least one for that, you know.
That's fair.
But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
sure, he's a bit of a, he's a weird one. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, see, I mean, all this talk about, appointing leaders, I'm not sure if he would be the right pick, even though he is very wise, I'm sure.
Please, no.
I see what you mean, yeah,
If I was
he's a
like
bit-
my own self in like the town, and they were like, "This guy's now your king,"
Right.
I'd be like, "I didn't vote for this fucker," you know what I mean?
He's a
like,
bit removed from
This is no basis of government.
regular
you know what I
folk.
mean? Like,
Yeah. I'm glad we agree on that one.
yeah, not quite king material. I can see him with like the advisor in the vote, standing behind. Oh, the old king had one of those, right? He always had one of those.
And we're gonna have an anarcho-syndicalist commune. That's really what we're.
Yeah.
The end of all this, we take it in turn to be, sort of governor of the week.
Hmm.
Alright. Good luck with that.
Can't wait for
Alright.
that.
I know someone
No,
else.
maybe I'm not. I don't know. That could be worse. Like,
Maybe we take the Prima Nocta.
Well, sorry, you said like I didn't
Well,
vote for him, and I immediately went to fucking Monty Python Holy Grail.
Beck would just be like a Robert Baratheon. He'd just be like, it's his week. He'd be like, we're going on a hunt.
Dude, I can think of worse
It's
leaders.
true.
Exactly. Think of worse leaders in the party.
Exactly.
Yeah, better or worse than the Mad King, though. You know.
Alright, I think we keep following. If Fomok's able to keep following him, I think
Yeah.
we're following with it.
Yeah, I mean, it like Longyear's made no particular effort to disguise his tracks, so
Hey,
a tracker
so here's the question:
can easily discern where,
Right.
like, as soon as the guy gestures the direction.
do I get any sense that he's purposely leaving more of a trail than I think he would?
That's a tough.
No,
Legendary
you
perception
don't-
and all
you
that
don't,
bullshit.
you don't get that
Okay.
sense.
There's no like sandal,
This,
like
to
lead,
all, to
like,
all intents, for all intents and purposes, this just looks like a trail of someone who just casually went for a walk through the woods.
Shit. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I keep following.
I mean, he's
Cool.
wrote a book on this, right? So you
Literally.
know what to do.
Exactly.
You keep following. You do. Okay, you don't get the sense that the tracks have been deliberately made easier to follow, but like the choice of direction does seem
Deliberate.
kind of like directly away from, it's like to have, and you're not just like at this point you realize that having gone through, like the it's clear that the intent was to kind of get somewhere quieter, like it's sort of the most direct route to like away from the hustle and bustle, and it's like through the forest, not really sort of meandering back and forwards, it's not pausing here or there, it's just kind of like pacing away.
Wait, is Moonsong with us?
I think the whole party is together.
Oh, okay.
Moonsong?
Yeah.
So
Sure.
yes.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, whole party is
Yeah.
together. Strolling through the woods, and about 5 minutes or so later, so kind of like maybe like a good shout of like distance from the camp, but like far enough away that like the sound of conversation would almost certainly never carry. You come to you first spy the lake. Oh, sorry, a lake. It's a large pond, a large clear water pond, in the middle of the woods, fed and left by like small streams that presumably the one flowing east would like hook up with a major river that's like flows through Westchurch and Northwood and out to the sea at some point. You spy that first, and then as you approach closer, you see second the pile of white clothes sort of folded neatly, and placed to kind of upon some like tree roots where they wouldn't sort of get too dirty on the bank. And then almost immediately after that, you see the head of Longyear's just above the water as he's kind of he's not swimming around. He seems more to be bathing.
Guess it's been a while.
I do like. I don't get
That's a good
closer. I
push.
kind of wait at a respectful distance behind a tree.
That's how I teach people having a bath. Yeah, I made a dream one.
So I got a little. Ooh.
Oh yeah, exactly. I'm like, oh, oops.
I mean,
We can
Oh,
wait
yeah.
until he's done and move back.
we could just like say.
Yeah, I'll just shout out. What was the actual name of Longish was
Euclid
kind of like.
Longish.
Euclid.
Hey there, Euclid, sir. Whatever. We're here, Leon, Beck, Essek, Moonsong, Brobok. We have some questions. We respect your privacy, but once you're done, we'll just letting you know that we're here.
Thanks, Leon. That's noted.
Well, this is fucking awful. Let's go back to the camp, guys. Let's fucking
Yeah, maybe
I'll
we
be with
should.
you in a moment.
Yeah,
Oh, well, a moment. Maybe it's nearly done.
Oh,
Come on back to go.
Let's all stand here and wait.
I mean, it's been a long fight. I sweat a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Guess
So, how would you guys go like somewhere like where you can't even see him and just like wait? Or is anyone, like, is anyone-
Let's go find like I'll find a nice like log to sit on, you know, somewhere, you know, some, like,
Okay.
out of the sight,
Yeah.
at least.
Okay.
But as like Leon's like we could bait him like I mean he's about to get out, Leon. If you go in when he gets out, that's even fucking weirder, you know.
Yeah,
You
it's
can't
not-
like do that.
Gonna mess up the Ardar's schedule. Yeah.
Only like 2 or 3 minutes when you first hear them, see him approaching, fully dressed and seemingly like completely dry. You assume there must have been some like magic involved. There's cantrips and shit for that. And, like,
I'm a
Easy,
thirst.
man.
his hair, like when you saw him a second ago, his hair was like soaking wet. And now it's just like completely sort of
So useful.
dry and-
So useful.
That's
Um,
incredibly useful. Yeah.
Isn't that what prestidigitation
Well, it's okay.
is
So
for?
interestingly, that's I mean maybe the spellcasters. Well, actually, as everyone in the party is almost a spellcaster at this point. But like you might read something into it because you'd know that like it would be just as trivial to make himself clean with like a cantrip and magic as it would be to dry himself. So the fact that he chose to dry himself but yet chose to come here and clean, I don't know, like maybe it just doesn't even occur to your characters, but maybe just some of you like who are just sort of generally familiar with magic, like you'd spot that and be like, that is, you know, like a purposeful.
He was in the water not for purpose, more like for pleasure.
Yeah, maybe he like actually, you know, you just felt the need to actually bathe.
Yeah.
He approaches. Yeah, he just kind of greets you, says, "Hey, good evening." And kind of nods to you guys and he just approaches kind of passively and says, "Yeah, so you had some questions."
Yeah, not to be a downer, but this whole plan of assaulting the devil portal has put up a bit of a bummer in our minds. But we want to try and figure this out, see who we can bring and how. For that, we need to know what we're up against exactly. I think if we head back to camp, get the council together, maybe share any information you know, we should get this sorted as soon as possible.
He lets like just the slightest kind of like sigh, and I think like it's kind of clear to you guys with just like the general sort of high perception of level 19 characters that at this point that like he's seeming casual, but like there's definitely some sort of nervous something nervous about him or something troubling him, you know, that he's, you know, briefly let loose, and he says, well, I'd expect them to be pretty heavily guarded. Armies, for sure, legions, as much as hell can muster in a short time, and certainly better guarded the longer we leave it.
I don't know, this ritual thing, like how many people we need over there.
He considers that again for a moment. Yeah, this time maybe you guys get the sense that he's like he's choosing his words with particular care here. Whether that means he's like being untruthful or whether that means that he's just like wanting to be very specific, you're not completely sure.
Yeah.
But he says it to a degree it depends on the power of those taking part. I think it unlikely we would need many more than I hear. And he like the way he trails off there kind of like leads you to sort of set. Yeah, like you need to hear like as in standing there at the time. That's clear from his like the way he sort of gestures. And from the way he trails off, it kind of it's almost like in some way that's like what's troubling him, or that's kind of like leading to the point of it. But he doesn't really elaborate further. He kind of acts like he's answered the question.
Yeah, so far, like I guess Leon has been like treating him like as in a station above him, or like trying to like give him much respect. But now I'll get a little closer. Like I'll actually put my hand on his shoulder and be like, "Hey, friend. I mean, I know it's been a tough time, and I can't imagine what this whole ordeal is like from your shoes. But we're all on the same side here, and I think it'd be best if you." And kind of look at the rest of the group. If you just share with us what you're planning, we'll be fighting side by side, and
Indeed.
I think we'll do better.
Indeed.
How's that sound?
Longy is like he faces straight at you, Leon, as you're sort of standing there with your hand on his shoulder, and you feel those kind of like eerie mirror surface, like, you know, eyes without pupils kind of. He like regards you for a good long time. It stretches like almost to kind of 10 seconds, which obviously like a conversation is like a real, you know, he's like a really long awkward pause. He like looks at the ages, and he kind of thinks and says, I suppose maybe it is for the best, as I come as clean, at least with the rest of you, as I have with your companion Astic here.
Like, look, very surprised. Astic, like, what?
Good. Why?
Some, I think, of this may be known to some of you, but the reason I always seem to know what's going to happen is because I already know what's going to happen. I was born far from now and raised in a future, a very different one, to know who I do need to explain it in a way that helps you understand my perspective on the whole thing and why this is difficult. I was raised in a time knowing who I was, what I would one day have to go back in time to do, and what it would ultimately mean for me. I will not walk away from the gates of hell. I will give my life in their closing. That is not what troubles me. That's something I came to terms with more than 1,000 years ago. What troubles me is that something has changed. Something has happened not as it was supposed to. And the last time that happened, so it would be perhaps fair for you to wonder. He kind of like cuts off and tangentially seems to go on off a different direction. He says, so perhaps be fair for you to wonder why I have always kept all of this to myself and never sought to confide in anyone or to alter the tragic course of history, knowing full well what would happen every step of the way. And that is because the one time I did try and do anything, I knew that the devils would one day come as they did. I tried to find a way to prevent it. And the result was, I don't know how much you know your history, but the destruction of an entire bishopric, thousands of lives lost, a place called Gimbal. And had it gone any worse, it would have been... it could have gone far worse. It could have been the end of the entire... right there and then. And I swore that day that I would never try to set history on a different path from the one I knew it was to walk, for fear of dealing even greater destruction. Well, so it goes that we reach this point, and I stand here, and I look at the five of you, and I know, or I knew in my youth, at least some of you. I won't say who for reasons I think I've somewhat made clear, but the problem I face now is that it might not even matter because I'm not sure that you here are who you are and where in the time I came from. What's different is the five of you. For a start, you are much more powerful than you were when you accomplished this in my time. And I think maybe you even sensed that yourselves in the fight earlier.
I'm feeling it for a while.
In my the version of history that I was taught, Xavier almost killed the lot of you, and without the intervention of Mogget, whom, by the way, I imprisoned as a cat many hundreds of years ago, specifically for the purpose that she would one day be able to come to your aid, it seemed to me that her presence was barely necessary.
So,
I mean,
we don't know if you-
is that assessment not fair? Would you have defeated Xavier without the aid of Mogget? I suspect you might have, from what I saw there.
Relatively, it's not clues.
Probably.
Right, so then you don't know the future anymore.
And this is you're saying we might be stronger than we originally were because you tried to warn a specific
I don't know
church?
what I changed. I don't know if that changed this. I know
Wait.
it's the one time I tried to change
and
anything.
changed stuff. That means
I don't know what caused
stuff
this to
on
change.
The other side changed.
You said you
Prob-
knew at least some of us in your future,
Yes.
or are all of our.
Oh,
future.
I mean, you were mighty warriors for sure, but
No, but did we ever speak of meeting Islamira? I think it's her name, right? Out of character.
dragon.
yes,
yeah,
yes, Isilmira, that was always your destiny. And once the gates of hell are closed, it's my understanding you will return to this spot and you will strike down the dragon that is buried beneath this place, Sandorix. This was always your destiny, but you are changed in some way, and I know not if it was my earlier meddling that caused it. That was hundreds of years ago, and as far as I know, it didn't radically alter anything about the path of history until now. This is the second.
What about the thing that came from the big weird cyborg robot? That's what you call it, right? That's it. That thing always happened.
Yes.
Could
Well,
it be,
I don't know if it always happened, but to me, it always happened.
Alright, but that doesn't sound like a bad thing. Like we
Yeah,
were powerful, sure. Less casualties in the fight.
I mean,
That's
she
all
won't
that
die when we do the ritual thing, you know?
You just.
right.
It's important that you understand that. Well, maybe it's not, but it's clear that the future can change, and that's terrifying because the only time I did change it, thousands of people died.
Well, that's like a one-time thing, but maybe next time 1,000 people will live.
We can only hope.
The battle with Flacky and Fandlin, as we now know them. That was always the same.
Yes. Yes, I set Flacky on the path, knowing the destruction it would lead him to,
Wait.
and knowing that he would eventually be the one who slew me, that my spirit would remain imprisoned in hell, that eventually I would be allowed to escape. I am walking the path of the
Bolt,
martyr.
man. What if
I
you do
think
it?
no better of myself for it, please. It's not a boast, but this is the path I've always known I would walk, and it is unpleasant for many of the people I interact with, as it is ultimately for me.
Oh, fucked, man. Like, what if you just make a mistake one day and accidentally go off the path? Like, that's like what? Like, you know?
I was very carefully prepared by the one who trained me.
And that would be.
It's Dandontalus.
Whom you know as Raceland. It's
Which one is that again?
his destiny is something of a
Dark
He's
Road
the-
Mage.
The
Oh,
one with the
road
cats.
boy.
his destiny is something of a loop of time as well. There is a fantastically powerful artifact known as the Spellbook of Fistandantalus. Indeed, it is Raceland's. But the way it works is, in the future, Fistandantalus sends me back in time with the spellbook and the knowledge that I will one day pass it on to his younger self. He's kind of watching Beck's like expression here. It's like he kind of turns to the others, hoping that someone else is kind of following it. The point is, Fistandantalus is a spellcaster of almost unfathomable power and exists that way because he sets himself up to be himself. It is almost impossible. It's almost unimaginable that a mortal could achieve that level of power without some kind of time shenanigans like that.
Is his name so long?
No, theoretically, is he not? This is basically some form of loop.
There are several
Right.
loops entangled.
But is he not potentially just making himself more powerful every loop?
It's
Because
possible.
he gets the book, he can add more things to the book, gives it back to you, you bring it back to his younger self, repeat, every time he learns something new.
It's possible.
Well, yeah, every time. It only happens once, right?
Yeah, wait, are you saying that this
this-
this fight against Xavier has happened more times than one?
No, it happens. It happens once in history.
For us, yes.
The book travels past that point multiple times.
hmm Do you remember me talking about how time travel is fucking crazy?
Fistandantalus is ruthless
Oh, but what if-
and self-serving. He trained me and sent me back because he knew it was necessary. Certainly not out of the goodness of his heart. So it's not impossible that what you have suggested is the truth.
Why would it be
So-
destroy a book in one of the loops?
Sorry?
Why would we just like destroy the book or whatever in one of the loops?
Then
Or this guy, he sends back all his knowledge, whatever, about his book. Like,
then it was well. It depends. If you're saying it never reaches his younger self, then I guess Raceland would never become Fistandantalus.
but it's
But in this time, it has long since reached him.
Does our Raceland, does he know all this?
The book. It has been in his possession for years now.
oh, so he's already that guy.
No, he is on the path to becoming Fistandantalus. For now, the Raceland in this time believes that he is in possession of the spellbook of a unknown ancient spellcaster who's clearly of immense power. He has not yet come to understand that he himself will one day become Fistandantalus, but once he has, he will, in the future, assuming everything does pan out, which, as I've acknowledged in this conversation, there seems to be every chance it won't, he will find me, the young me, recruit me as his apprentice, train me, and then send me back in time with the same spellbook to just before the foundation of Atlas, so that version of me will live through the whole thing again, up until his own martyrdom.
But if I just went up to him like now and like kind of cut off his head or something, like what would happen?
And history would presumably diverge. But
Well,
like I said, after trying to change something once and prevent the devil invasion from ever happening, and instead
Let's not
almost
start calling
causing
him
it
that.
hundreds of years early, I've been loath to attempt anything further.
Maybe it would be good, right? But maybe I cut it and then his evil wizard or whatever never exists and all the bad stuff he does never happens.
Wait, but he also is the one that's making us have a chance.
But that's already happened, right? Like we've already just killed or whatever, so it doesn't matter anymore if I kill him.
I don't
Like,
know.
what's gonna
Something feels bad about that whole line of reasoning.
You just come for loop after all the good stuff happens, but before the bad stuff happens, right?
But it's causality.
But then what will happen in this place?
Some of the
It's
good
that
stuff that
simple.
happened is because of the
Yeah,
person
yeah,
who
but
does the
then
bad stuff in the
what-
future, send someone back in
But
time.
what will happen? But if I kill her now, what's gonna happen to like Xavier's
I
gonna come back, or
fucking
what's
don't
gonna
know.
happen?
Either way, if
I feel like we
the
should
bad
work
scan
with what
works,
we
we shouldn't
know.
judge him until he's done something.
Alright, so we could, but
So,
I'll
Euclid.
around that.
Who created or first discovered the ability to travel time?
That I do not know. But at least Raistlin may make use of it, as may the devils, to some degree, as ASIC discovered.
So here's the right, like, obviously they're okay changing. They want to change the past. The devils do. Obviously, otherwise they wouldn't be trying to kill ASIC from whatever his grand purpose is. Which, if you can fill us in on that,
Yes.
sounds like that might be helpful.
Perhaps we never connected that dot. ASIC's grand purpose is... ASIC's grand purpose is to help me close the gates of hell with his Philosopher's Extractor. It is the only
Wait,
thing capable of the feat.
so
In
ASIC is
short,
the one.
the ritual requires none of you. ASIC will stand on the outside of the portal with the extractor. I will stand inside the portal on the other side of the extractor. We will both activate the extractor simultaneously, and the gate will collapse, with me permanently trapped to be killed and tortured endlessly in the realm of hell.
You can't teleport out.
It has to be done from both sides, and no, once the gates are closed, it will fundamentally change the interaction between our plane and the plane that hosts hell. Magic that previously would have trivially transported between the planes will become.
But
I'm not saying it will never be possible again, it just won't be possible for me in that moment. And there will be a lot of devils trying to stop us. I won't... Once the gates are closed and I'm abandoned inside... He kind of like stops and he says, well, to be frank, I have no idea what happens, because nobody ever found out in my future. I just know that I was trapped in hell, surrounded by devils.
Wait, how do you know that?
Because that's what happened.
I mean, I know you set off the Sigma and then you were never heard from again.
Yes, well, yeah, exactly. I was
You
trapped
could have
in hell.
died in the blast, maybe, right, or something, and then body disintegrated.
Well, the point is that I was just inside the gates of hell on the hell side, and the gate closed. I was the only one who was there, and I was surrounded by devils. It's just kind of assumed that it didn't go well for me.
Oh, maybe you come out of it, man. Don't be too hard on yourself.
He kind of... There's a slight wry smile. He's like, now that I have walked 1,000 years in these shoes, and I am just about as powerful as I ever will be, I think it's fair to say I don't rate my chances. It's
Well, as
debated
long
in the
as we're
future. There are
rewriting
those who
history.
believe that I survived, but from here, I don't think so.
survivorism from Mistborn now.
Well, as long as we're writing history, you might as well do something about that part. But this is all getting a little bit too ahead of things as they stand. I mean, what is this?
So the thing is, like, closing the gates apparently doesn't forever stop the devils. We know that because otherwise, how could they be sending some things back in time to this world?
With immense difficulty. Sending that one... They put everything they had into creating that one thing, and sending it back took almost all of the power that they have been able to gather in the time since the gates were closed. It is no mean feat for them, and the fact that it failed is a significant setback. It is entirely possible that they won't try again. Given the fact that nothing else has turned up to kill ASIC, I believe it's probable that they never do.
Give you like a thumbs up, Acid.
Good shit, Isaac. You made it.
Who could someone replace this Dandontalus?
Oh boy, I'll sit down on the branch.
I don't get why we don't just kill him. Just why something worse might happen.
The only other person who could train me for what I need to do is me, and I don't survive the gates of hell. So, sadly, I view President Dantless as. I mean, look, I described him as hard. He's out for himself, but he's never actively threatened the stability of the world. In fact, he's worked very hard to ensure it. He made the first or the most important work of his life, sending me back in time with his spell book and trying to ensure that everything
But
works
that is
out.
to ensure his own future.
Oh, and that
well,
of
that's
everyone else.
not evil.
Again, the only thing that I know of Raceland thus far, and obviously you know him better than I, because you know the future version of himself, but he's always sought power.
Yes, that is true. President Dantless seeks power.
And always seeks the advantage for himself, and seems to care very little about any of his allies.
Most politicians, though, right? We don't kill
Yeah,
all.
bro, I know for the past few years we've been fighting people that are rotten to the core, that are
Right.
individually evil. However, these things that you're saying, they're not grounds for execution.
Again, I'm not saying we go and like murder him right now in his sleep or something. No, what I'm wondering about is the position of this Dandontalist, his spell book, that knowledge, the training for Euclid, that needs to happen, apparently, to keep this loop going and prevent the devils from winning. That seems to be the gist of what I'm understanding.
So what's wrong with that?
My concern again is that the person who's at the key of that, who is benefiting the most from it in my mind, is Raceland.
Yeah, but I mean,
if
if he doesn't do anything bad in the future, why does it matter if he's benefited, as long as it also benefits us?
Because at some point, could he gain enough knowledge and power to do whatever he wants?
Well, what does he want? But like, why do we think that would be a bad thing?
Again, if you achieve godlike powers, and you have that, you're that type of person.
But
What type of god are you?
What type of person is he? We don't know, right?
Who's willing? Well, again, someone who's only seeks for power.
But that makes you evil.
I'm wondering if someone can replace him in terms of someone we trust would know who would lay down that power.
Well, but long as you said there's no one else.
I don't think this is something that we should worry about. There are too many variables. We don't know him inwardly, first of all. You may act arrogant but not necessarily, embody that emotion. People are different. People will change.
Yeah, I agree, especially because apparently
just-
now we're living in
Yeah,
it's not
I
the
mean,
same
long
now
as
as
just
Going after a person about what they might do in the future is not quite something I can agree with.
I mean, long as the guy evil in the future.
Sorry,
He trains
Yeah,
the guy to send him back.
Right.
Yeah.
Just
To create himself.
Yeah, but also to say, like, I mean, I know it's a side product, but it also saves us, right?
Like, he
Well,
could have
yeah,
gone
so-
about it the other way, right? He could have made a deal with the devils, whatever. But he chose the path of a good civilization that saves itself. I can get behind that.
He's probably a fucked up leader, but a lot of leaders are fucked up, right? I don't know.
And if he is, I mean, we'll find a way to deal with him in the future.
I mean, this is long in the future, right? Like, we'll be dead anyway.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Apparently some of us
retiring
not.
pretty soon.
And I say apparently some of us not, and I look specifically at Moonsong because she's the one with the eldest blood in her.
Oh, Moon's not in there with him, man.
I'm sure it will
Yes.
be right, but I do not think I will spend much time here after all this is done.
They'll probably be out traveling.
Indeed.
Well, I mean, I know that's true, but it's kind of a shame, really. I thought out of all of us, you, Moonsong, would be the best middle ground between the common man and Longears.
You said, like, the devils figured out a way, right, to send something back to, like, our place. So, like, even with the gate shot along, it's like, there's a way, right?
Oh, I mean, even in my time, the devils are still capable of reaching the material plane from hell. It isn't with the gates closed. Even teleporting is much more complicated than it previously was. The gates represent the connection between the planes. It doesn't just mean there's one less big portal. So they were never prevented. I've seen devils. I've fought them, but their ability to invade is completely nullified.
Yeah, okay. Like, said you could do it, yeah, like... Yeah. Alright, well, like, if you said you're like the strongest you've ever been, right? Like, alright, if we were with you on the other side, you said we're stronger than you before, and we were fucking fighting off these armies of devils when the haste was shut, you reckon you can find a way to get us back through if you have time to think about it when you're in there?
He seems genuinely like shocked at the suggestion, and he said, and he kind of like,
And you can teach yourself. I don't fucking know how it works.
you would do that with me, but
Let's answer the question first, if it's possible, and we'll figure out if we'd actually fucking do
you
it.
all have.
Look at
If you all
concerned
go
back.
on to
You
do
answer the question first. Answer the question first. Because clearly, clearly you think it's possible, or you would just say it's not even possible, and you wouldn't worry about it.
I mean, look, okay, I'm still from after yesterday. I'm still gauging how strong you guys have become, but do I think that? Yeah, I think that you would have a pretty reasonable chance or together we'd have a pretty reasonable chance of surviving trapped in hell and getting back.
1 second, Longears. I mean, I want to save you. I really do. But back. Look, I don't agree with whatever you're planning, how you're planning to do it, but this could mean you can never be reunited.
I mean, assuming I fucking lose, which it's been fucking insulting there, Leon. I haven't done it.
We've lost before, buddy.
Only once. Alright, yeah, I'm fucking not saying this would be like my first choice. I'm just saying this whole thing about fucking wizards getting fully powerful for I don't fucking know how loops work, like wheels, right? And then like, he can be stopped and he only wanted to teach long as himself, blah blah fucking, like it's the easiest solution is get long as out of there, right?
At least I understand that one.
But all I'm saying is like, I don't know. I mean, not like you said I mean, the words you have, right? You go through there, right? Long as this is how it works. You're on the side of hell, but the gate is still open, right? And then Azic's on the other side, and then suddenly you like snap your fingers, or whatever, and the gate's just shut, and you're stuck in there. But I guess while you're still doing this, there's fucking devils all around in hell and all that shit, right? And you're just like able to, I don't know, have a magic barrier or something that keeps them away while you finish the spell. It's kind of like what happens.
Nothing so fancy. As I understand it, Asic and I just did it really quickly.
Hey, you guys, that quick? Oh, Jesus. Alright.
Well, in the middle of the fight, nothing was particularly protected. There were devils all around us, attacking us. There was nothing safe about it. We just...
Yeah. Is this a 1 or 3 action or multiple round?
They won't pull the enemy's gate is down. And just one without winning.
Okay.
What I mean then is like,
Gotcha.
we can be in that situation. We can see how many devils there are, how tough they are. And if we say, okay, this is going fucking swimmingly, we can stay and protect, lawyers while he does it and get out of there together. We can do that, and if not, then we'll fucking walk through the gate and say, sorry, see you later. I'm just saying, maybe it's something to keep in mind while we're in the fight, if we think it's fucking...
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm gonna try and save everybody's back.
To abandon yourselves in hell, though, would be so...
I mean, you're sure that you could get out of it if you had time?
No, not at all.
Oh, what? You said like you thought you could.
I think we'd have a good chance.
A good. How good is a good chance?
Like better than even odds, maybe. You guys seem pretty strong, but like.
No. But I mean, if you had infinite time, you like would be able to find a way out. That part.
Oh yeah.
Oh, no, I mean, yeah, I'm better myself then.
Alright, say we can
but
all
what you're
join you on the other
risking-
side. Does it have to be you on the side of hell? He teaches us how to close it from the other side. Can someone volunteer?
I appreciate now, especially more than ever, that people who haven't come from the same future I have don't see it this way. But it is my destiny to.
What if we don't believe in destiny?
I haven't so far.
But it happened.
And then
Like,
you said we also
it
were
happened
with
in
Xavier,
one
right?
version of a future.
You said we also needed your fucking.
We've already talked about like
Xavier.
that you could attempt to change things, and that things have changed apparently, seemingly from nothing.
And that still worries me.
Of course.
Be fucking excite you. What do you mean worry you? Like that's
Yeah.
future stuff.
And again, things that are different. We all struggle with change. I get it. But seriously, it's. Are we set up to just repeat the actions over and over again? Because it seems like after this, none of us amount to anything in life in any meaningful way.
The four of you, five of you. No, that's not true at all.
Oh.
You all go on to do a lot. I just.
But I do. What the fuck? That's what I was done. Oh, fuck.
Well,
Like you have
for
a
some
nice little
reasons, I
beach
obviously
house.
can't tell you what.
Of course.
I mean,
But,
most
like,
songs you-
But can you not? Because that doesn't seem to be the pivot point of the future.
Well, that's what I mean. You guys, there are things, important things that you do that if you are trapped in hell with me and we never make it out.
yeah, but then we can't get trapped in hell even if we try. But we did made it out, right? Because in your future
Yeah.
you already knew about us. So no worries going to hell. We'll be fine anyway.
Well, no, that's not. If you trap yourselves in hell with me, all bets are off from that point. The future is completely changeable.
Right.
Right, but maybe you're better. Like, did you always have the conversation with us about doing this? If so, why do you seem fucking surprised when I mentioned the idea?
I have no idea about this conversation. I was not privy to the. You got to remember, I'm about to go from here and die closing the gates of hell. Unless you guys tell someone about this conversation.
Well, I promise I'll tell someone. Okay,
Yeah,
now
no.
do you remember being told about this?
Young me never. No.
Well, then I can't have told
No,
anyone,
no,
but
no,
it must have
no.
worked, right? I don't see the problem.
Well, clearly things are different here, which is part of what I'm so nervous about.
Wait, here's a
But-
question. Did me recognizing you fuck up the future?
Why don't you recognize them?
Wait,
When did you recognize me?
In the
The
chapel.
bunch of the zombies with the fake theater.
Yeah. I gotta look
no.
at your face and realize it was
wait, he
you.
was the old man? No way.
No, he was the young, dark one with the hood up.
Tristan Dantalus was the old man. I was.
Remember how we
there.
got the asshole vibe then?
I
I
know.
don't remember being.
I see resemblance.
Seems like he's thinking.
Wait, are there multiple? Wait, what? Because he's okay. And out of character. Stop for a moment, because Chris, you specifically mentioned
Yeah.
this in our conversation. Okay, I just wanted to make sure you didn't forget that, because I'm like, wait, are we actually talking to the right long ears?
He thinks back hard, and says, "Are you?"
I mean, damn, if only Beck was smarter, I could tell you all.
Wait, are we what? Sorry.
You know, when you say, "Are you speaking to the right version of long ears?" He says, "Are you?"
Is that a long version?
He kind of thinks hard.
I cast Greater Invisibility. And it's the highest level spell I can.
That's as light as you can. Yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
when
Wait, what's happening?
And I tried to get away, like sneak away.
Okay, yeah. So you guys just see Bromok suddenly. He seems also confused. Just Bromok. Wait, what has startled you? But yeah, I see Bromok's like moving away.
He's a little jumpy. Don't worry about it. Wait. But then maybe like we if what Bromok said is right, then like that was you back then. Dude, you didn't know about this in the future? One of our like escapades was we went to this like, what was that place? It had like the one with it had like big golems, right? Why were we there again?
Yeah,
it was to do with you, right, Moonsong? We were there for like something to do
It was
with
in the giant. Oh, sorry, what the castle's called? The
Old Castle.
old castle, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Moonsong.
Was it an
we
old
went there
castle?
for you,
Sorry.
Right?
Had a-
Yeah. I
Yes.
thought so. And it was
It's
one
right.
of the
place
churches.
for the ritual.
We were all there. It's
But
when
that's-
Basic
that
nearly
was-
got a hole in
Does
his chest.
that always happens in your future then? We do this special ritual in his old castle to make us even more powerful. Oh yes, that ring a bell.
Sorry, but what about? Sorry, I was reading something.
Like he was like, I'm trying to be like, so like you didn't know that, like that you were there, but you know this stuff in the future. We all like there was one of our adventures was going to this old castle and do this ritual to Moonsong's god to like make us stronger and that shit.
Yeah, no, I remember visiting with you. I remember being there. I just don't remember anyone seeing me. Or seeing my face, as Bromwell was describing.
I wouldn't know. I saw out a window at the time.
Wait, yeah, Berg, you mentioned you forgetting something magically or something because you talked with Brom about it. Maybe that happened to Longears? Maybe.
Oh yeah, I guess you could make you forget it, right? He's pretty powerful, little mental guy.
Yeah, that makes more sense to me.
But the only one who could make me forget something like that, I mean, the only one I know with such power is Fistandantalus, and Fistandantalus isn't here, or at least he's not Fistandantalus yet.
What? But he made you forget it when you were a kid, right, or whatever, in the chapel.
Not from what Bromok just described.
You
I'm-
couldn't just freely travel.
He
Pretty
kind of like he thinks for a second. He says, "From Bromok's reaction, it's possible my memory has been altered here and recently."
I'd be annoying.
Bye.
And
Raceland or
the
whatever
only-
it's gonna be.
way that could happen is if in some way Fistandantalus set it up to happen. For Raceland to, but why would he? Something is certainly strange, and we need to find Bromok wherever he's gone.
Alright, yeah, that makes sense.
Pretty hard normally. He might just show up. Why do we need Bromok? I mean, he's a good guy, but like, you want to you want to speak with Bastard or something? What do you want to do when we
Well,
fight
he might
Bromok?
have just take matters into his own hands regarding our old wizard.
Oh shit, he's yeah. Fuck him. I might have come
Longius,
to a conclusion.
Longius seems to like kind of agree that his eyes kind of go wide, and he's.
Oh, but then what? Then we don't have to fucking fight it out. It's kind of just for mature. No. Let's go see what happens. Let's get back to the camp anyway.
Really not the best time for this.
We can talk at the
Okay.
camp anyway.
If you guys begin rushing
We're
back
gonna
to stop,
Yeah,
well, not stop necessarily, but like to, catch up with Bromok, who is a bit ahead. In a second.
Guessing I have to make a couple, or you do probably, because I shouldn't know how successful I am.
No, I think in this case it would be immediately obvious. It's not a secret check. So
You're trying to steal the boot.
yes, and okay, it's not attended. So -5 penalty because you don't have the pickpocket feat, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
He's stealing something, this guy.
Oh
That's
yeah,
a
it's
rule.
going to be a thievery check with a -5 penalty,
Wow.
and it requires you to be at least trained in thievery, which I assume.
He's stealing the Declaration
Yeah,
of Independence.
I'm technically a master in it.
Yeah, okay, cool then.
Technically a master.
All right.
Technically.
So I'll do a GM one, but again, it's -5 off this because
GM one doesn't need to be GM.
You already know what you're.
Mhm. Well, sounded good though.
And technically, I don't think I can re-roll because I shouldn't know
No,
necessarily.
no, I think you should. It's not a.
It's
I don't
not
think it's a
secret.
secret
Okay.
check because again, it's like the
Sure.
result is immediately obvious. So.
All right. Yeah.
Well, maybe it should be so that someone can pretend not to notice. I don't know. It doesn't say it's.
But it's not. You can't.
Yeah, it
do that.
doesn't.
I think you
Part
say
of it
all
is
actions
just-
should be secret.
Yeah,
You can pretend not to
that's
notice, you know. All diplomacy checks secret, but they could pretend to be improving their
Yeah.
actions, you know.
And that's why, I think it's fair that that's just what it is.
Yeah, but it's kind of like I think there's an argument to be made. Say you're like, I'm in a crowded room. I want to steal something off the table without being noticed. There's an argument for that being secret, so you don't know whether or not anyone spotted you. It's like it's dependent.
I
Sometimes
guess the
it's like
idea is if should the player
yeah.
does
I
the
think
player know
in
when
this
he
case,
steals
in this
something
case,
bad?
it's 100%. You can re-roll it, and it's 100% public.
Do you not think like because even if you steal something from the table, the player knows they've done a bad job doing it, kind of right?
That's true. That's true.
But then of course you could say if it's stealth and anything short speed, you could put the character should know if they made a loud noise.
Yeah.
So yes, of course, a lot of it is also just like
Anyway,
and balance, whatever you know. Like.
Josh got a Rommel got a 38 minus 5 is 33 on the first one. I don't know if you want to re-roll or not.
Yeah.
You may.
Oh, much. So you got a 38. Oh, it can't be that bad at all. It's like a bad way to see.
It was at 7 originally. So I figured I could do better. But instead, I did worse.
Yeah, there's nothing about true perception that like makes it sort of like detect magic or anything. It's just it sees through illusions and transmute. Okay, yeah. So there's no way it would allow you to see. Also, as you go for this, there's no way it would like warn you if the spellbook was in any way like trapped or anything. But I mean, I'm assuming you were like thinking it probably was in some way, and were like taking some like precaution that you were gonna like try and grab it and be careful with it.
Yeah.
But as it goes, something about your approach like just tips him off at the last second. And yeah, like you go for the book, which is like it itself is invisible and just kind of like hanging from a strap where like it wouldn't be obvious it's something is hanging from, and like he kind of instinctively goes to like as he realizes like that there's someone invisible nearby. His first thought was be the spell, but he goes straight for it. You go for it, but like he once he feels you go for it, he turns away from you and you're not able to get it. But as you grab it, and like you do get your hands on it, if you had been successful, you would have had time to pull it away and have it in your possession before this happened. But as you grab it, it's like energy immediately like courses through you, and I need you to make a reflex saving throw.
Oh, those are my best, at least.
Oh,
Whoa!
Yeah, get absolutely fucked.
Yeah.
Nothing.
So like part of it is maybe because he got it away from you so quickly, but like your skill with magic lets you draw like some of the arc energy that flows into your hands, and like you feel it like getting ready to burn you, and you just use your own magic to cast it out and sort of dissipate it harmlessly out to the side as like a sort of a couple of puffs of warm air. Race. Okay. Do you want to? I don't know if you want to roll necessarily into initiative at this point. Raistlin is not like he's sounding the alarm. He's not like going. There's someone invisible here. To everyone. But he's definitely like himself, kind of like searching, or depending on who would go first, like searching for your. Well, I guess he's not searching for you anymore because he'd be at the very least you are detected by him if obviously not observed. Because of that attempt. But like he's watching closely where you are and trying to like basically protect the book from you. And like probably move away or cast a spell or whatever else you'd get up to.
Yeah.
What would your immediate next action be? Is this like failed? I'm gonna ninja out of here, or are you still trying to like engage him?
I'm still like again because if it's not now, I think he's gonna try to hide the book forever. So I keep going for it.
Okay, then I will bring Bromok onto the map. I have a map to this, obviously, but it'll just be somewhere here. So you got a token, so you can roll initiative. I told Josh, by the way, for everyone else, not that your character necessarily knows, but you're about 30 seconds behind. You were not like delayed that long.
Yeah.
So like, but in practice, like 5 rounds rather of combat with us. So like probably a lot.
It's a lot of time.
That is a lot of time, but like in real time, you're not like
real time.
miles away.
We weren't doing much.
And let me find.
DC folder. Why does he not have a token? Oh, he does have a token, he just doesn't have it. Okay, go ahead and roll initiative, Josh. I'm just finding.
We're just doing it on this map.
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I thought you might be creating a new one. So.
No, I'm just.
I'm guessing I roll with stealth technically.
Yeah, absolutely. You can go ahead and roll with stealth.
Okay.
You show me?
And
Ooh.
obviously, we GR roll this stuff.
Immediately will know though if you go to the first or second row.
But oh, he just GR rolling his stuff in general. I mean,
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
But he's an ally, right?
Yeah.
Definitely.
where's the button? I hate these character sheets. Bring back Foundry. And this is the initiative button, is it? Oh, good.
Button.
So much faster. Yeah. So you absolutely, you're just like you're adjacent to him. You can still, because of your true seeing, you can still see the spellbook as clearly as if it wasn't invisible.
Yep.
At this point, it's kind of like basically held in his hands. Like in the moment where you tried to grab it, and you felt like you
so it basically be like a disarm.
So yeah, so that's kind of what you're
With
attempting
athletics,
to do
right?
to him at this point. Yeah.
Which, no, I'm not a thief, so I can't use my dex on it. It'd just be my straight athletics, which actually isn't terrible.
And disarm is against what, reflex DC?
Yeah.
Just thinking if there's anything I could use in this that would be helpful. I think so. So I guess we'll just do it.
You got it.
Ah, come on. I mean, I guess it's not terrible.
Pretty
13.
good.
Yeah.
13.
So I'm so like I saw 5650 and I'm like, can I be close? Oh, like, oh, that's actually probably higher on the higher end for me.
The
So,
natural, yeah.
So it is a success, but it is not sadly the critical success I know you were looking for there. So yeah, you absolutely get. It's gonna struggle to make attack that spellbook. But it is still there in his hands.
Slightly looser though.
Try again, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
+2
I'd get a
now.
-5. I'd get a +2. So yeah,
Two
I'll.
lower, yeah.
Yep.
Just kidding.
Try
That's
again.
many though.
Yeah, I that's what I'm going to do again. You know.
Yeah.
Or not. Ooh, do I try it again? Like my reroll.
Your reroll. Yep. Oh yeah, we were 2 hero points, right? Yeah.
We get
that's
2
just
hero
fine.
points in
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Because it's a 10,
Imagine not
but I'm
rerolling the
pretty sure I
first
have
one,
to do
though.
better.
You
Huh?
had to reroll the first one, then, not the second one.
True. But I figured it would give me a good idea if I could
success
succeed.
too on the first one. Like.
Yeah.
You still have an
Like if
action
I
after
take a
this,
chance
right?
if I do
So-
worse or better. Yeah, I'd have one more. It'd be -10.
Minus
No,
8
but I mean,
total,
like,
yeah.
like
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
This
like
section should
something
only be
to-
-4 then, right? Because it's technically an agile.
No,
hands
that's
are
not
so-
work, isn't it? Hands are agile? Well, I guess. Wait, unarmed strikes are. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right. Yeah.
Unarmed strikes are definitely agile. There should only
But this
be.
isn't an armored strike, right? This
This
is
is disarm.
disarm requirement is you have a hand free, so it's just using your hand. If you're using a weapon, you need a weapon with the disarm trait. But
Or
fist-
yeah,
so
if
the
you're
fist
using your
doesn't
fist
have-
though.
That doesn't have a disarm trait, so like you're using a free hand. You're not doing an attack roll. You're doing an athletics roll. So you're not using your fist as a weapon. So
But
you're
again,
not-
but disarm is the reason why you have the stacking -5s, right, or like the second attack penalty, is because it has the attack trait.
Yeah, I get that, but I mean, that means it's a crit.
And
but the way I
attack
read
trait,
it,
right? Like it's your
the way I
attack
read it
trait is it agile? Is it not?
But if you, I mean, it's not because how he reads it, but I'm pretty sure the agile trait actually says for like this is based on melee weapons, right? You're not doing melee weapon. I don't know. It's really weird. So it says whatever it is. It matters.
True.
The more attack damage you take with this weapon.
On the second attack on your turn is -4.
It's the weapon thing which gets me weird, where it's like.
But fists do have the agile trait, right?
But he's not using a fist. He's doing the athletics thing, which
Yeah, I see
requires
the- I see
using
the
a free
question,
hand, right? That's more like, is it counting using your fist as a weapon, or just you have an unarmed hand? I don't know. But like a fist doesn't have the disarm trait, right? Like, so it's not like you're using the fist weapon, because it does. Otherwise, then why doesn't the fist have the disarm weapon trait? That's the only thing that makes me weird. But then you could say, why doesn't the fist have a disarm weapon trait if you need? Yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you had hand draft, for instance, you wouldn't get the bonus from that number on your disarm check because your
Right.
fist is not got the disarm trait, so you don't get your item bonus to it. I don't know.
Okay, so it's definitely this is interesting. This is the wrong answer. It's not to do with what we're talking about. So here's an interesting distinction between fists and weapons. So weapon with finesse trait and disarm trait, you can use your dex for maneuvers because but you cannot, even though fists are agile, they're not finesse, and therefore you can't use any dex for disarm with fists, which I think is quite interesting.
Yeah.
So you need like there's a bit of weapon requirement to use dex for disarm, as opposed to like a feat or something.
That's actually my character for Ian's new campaign has that, or does that.
But I don't know. Maybe just roll and see if you're close enough to Chris need to find it out. You know?
Sure. Yeah. Fuck it. I'll YOLO it out.
Oh, you're gonna reroll or do the survey? Oh,
Reroll.
reroll.
Oh, wait, that's a release.
There we go.
It's 3 less than this, right?
God damn it. Yeah. I don't know why it.
Okay,
It's
it's a
so
15,
close.
So it's a 44 with a -2 or 3, right? Depending on what the actual thing is.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
But a 42 still wouldn't be it, right? But the 42 was only a success normally anyway. So this would be another success.
Yeah, even the agile thing it wasn't close enough to be a critical success, but the agile thing makes the difference.
But now you have the third with a -10. Ooh, but you didn't have 20 yet.
I know.
Or you run away, 2 options.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not running away. I mean, technically I have 4 goes because that's a strike.
Yeah.
Like I've quickened, but
But if you were to disarm him now, then the book would just be like lying on the floor, right?
That's true, you can't
Just
even
pick it up.
actually pick it up anymore.
Yeah. True.
Oh, yeah. Do what you're gonna do.
Yeah, you got it covered.
Yeah. I mean, I still want to, right? Because technically that would be an interact action if I had attack of opportunity, which I don't, but if I did.
He's scared to pick it up,
Yeah.
he thinks someone's gonna hit him.
Yeah. Could you... Ooh, I guess I should have thought of this. Is True Strike applicable on this kind of thing?
I think True Strike is strikes only.
Well, so it says, the next time you make an attack roll before the end of your turn, roll the attack twice and use a better result. The attack ignores circumstance penalties to attack roll and any flat checks acquired due to the target being concealed or hidden.
I guess so. I didn't realize it was.
Damn. Yeah. Had I known, next time, if I'm alive at the end of this round. I mean, I'll go for the YOLO, right?
Yes. I
So,
suppose
back
you
here.
might as well go for the YOLO.
Nah.
It's pretty close.
Yeah. I know, 1 off.
Oh my god.
So -10, yeah.
Yeah, so -10 plus 2 obviously is still still a success. So like all this time you've like it's heartbreaking for you because like obviously this is all just playing out by the rules, but from like your perception, like you're almost like tugging it away from you, like you're just at the cusp of like sort of getting it from him. You're constantly closer and closer and closer, and then like his turn, you know, manages to like hold it under one arm for a second to get another hand free and cast a spell.
Yeah.
And just disappears. I mean, you know what Dimension Door looks like. You've cast it yourself the whole time, but yeah, he just like, and I don't know. I don't know why. Like, I would decide now that you're able to tell this, but you've seen enough Dimension Doors to know this is like heightened to like the get the fuck out of here, like long distance version. This is not like a. He didn't.
I mean,
just, like,
I have
it's
quick
like
recognition anyway.
Sure,
So definitely.
it's a slightly fancier, you know, door like that. He goes, yeah. You recognize that wherever he's gone, he's gone for now at least. Unless you have a way of like, I don't think you have like attack of opportunity or anything that would like let you.
Unfortunately, no.
Well, you need a feat that's like, you know, the one that lets you follow someone when they stride away? Like, lets you follow someone when they
Yeah.
stride away? Just like dive
Pretty
through
cool.
the. I still know.
That
That's
would be
with the
awesome.
portal at the last second.
Yeah.
Does Hunt Prey do anything for like knowing where he is? So
He's still hunt
Yeah.
preyed, so we can look at the text
Yeah.
of hunt prey, see how that would interact.
I mean,
but-
I would have a bonus to tracking him down.
yeah, basically, but you have no automatic like way of.
We don't know what level he's even
But
captain.
that would be like
it could
a
be-
pretty large journey. Like, I would get more information looking around for him in town to find out where he may have gone or something like that, right? And I technically know that the limitations of Dimension Door, because that's one of my spells that I can cast as a signature spell. So, like, I know that technically he has to be within 1 mile.
Jesus, like, and then he could do more spells right now to get like.
Exactly. So, like,
He doesn't want to get found. It's fucking tough to find him, right? Like,
oh yeah, definitely. Like a 1 mile radius is large.
and then that's just a start. Yeah.
Yeah.
okay, so
I mean, technically, I have
Would
because that's a 2 action, so I know that he's can't do it for at least another 6 seconds. I guess I could technically myself do Dimension Door, right? How long does it take to fall 1 mile?
Full 1 mile.
Literally, to fall 1 mile.
Falling Pathfinder 2, 500 feet immediately, right? 500 feet and then 1500 feet each round after. How many feet
Okay.
is a mile?
It takes you 3 rounds to fall a mile.
3 rounds to fall?
Yeah,
Okay,
3.5,
cool.
yeah.
So if I go up like a half a mile even, technically, that'd give me a decent enough vision. Yeah, so I can cast Dimension Door and go straight up a little over half a mile. And I just try to look around for him using my hunt prey stuff. Like, I don't know if he would have gone into a building, but if he just went out into the field somewhere, I might have a very tiny little chance with legendary perception.
Chance.
maybe you can still see the door on the other side, you know.
Yeah, true. But doubtful. Yeah, and so I use for my last couple
Seek
acts
does
like
have the
action
secret,
seek.
so
Yep.
give me a second. What's your perception modifier? I'm sure we've seen it recently.
Actual normal
Not
perception
so
is
much.
it's 32, but technically it would be 30. Oh, I actually got to check because it's slightly higher for seeking my hunted target. Which I have to go and find that somewhere. Hunt prey
It's 2.
plus 2, so it'd be 34 plus 34. Yeah.
I mean, it's tough. It's like it's because you're above forest,
Yeah.
Yep.
so you're really just like hoping that you can spot like a glint of movement. And I mean, you are pretty damn perceptive. Like you see a lot in this time. You see like 5 different like wild animals, like a bunch of movement in the camp. You're like trying to look through it all in like the precious seconds you have as like the wind is like streaming against your face as you get faster and faster. But yeah, just like
I was just trying to think, because I guess I could technically do. No, that would be in the next round. Shit. I was like, I have a greater eagle eye elixir. I don't know if that would actually help. That's the fan secret doors and traps. Never mind.
That's item bonus as well, so it's like
Yeah.
Yeah, so like in the you like I said, you see a lot. You spot many things, including like your party. You definitely know exactly where they are.
Yeah.
But
Do
yeah,
we
you don't-
bump into race
Well, I
like
just realized, you know what's funny is I don't think it fucking matters. I have legendary acrobatics. I don't take fall damage.
yeah. You've got cool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, I don't think there's any way to do it stealthily. So, like, you know, for nice convenience sake, party is you're like hustling through the camp. There's suddenly like a puff of dust in the earth, like 10 feet in front of you, and a sound of someone, you know.
Oh,
Super
I have more
running.
time than that. I was like, technically, I don't need to. I will cast flying.
Okay, sure, yeah. Because
I kind of like superhero landing.
you guys could hear the sound of someone casting flying not far overhead by that point, because you know you only have like you got 3 rounds, so you
I
know,
think
you
it's pretty
fall
hard
in
actually
kind
to
of a quarter of
arrest
the
a
way after
fall
the
while
first round.
flying. I think there's actually a thing for that.
Yeah, that's
Whole
true.
thing?
Actually, it's not even like even if you apply it immediately, you're still falling while flying, so you have to do a reaction to do it.
Yeah.
Like
A rest
reaction.
trigger,
Yeah, you have
you
a fly
fall. Attempt an
speed.
acrobatics check to slow your fall. The
Oh,
DC is
it's
definitely
definitely
15.
But it's
Like,
weird,
I
like,
yeah.
I can't not crit
Yeah.
succeed.
yeah.
This is specifically for like, yeah.
Yeah, but this would be because normally when you fold, you immediately hit the ground, right? Because 500 feet is immediate. And
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So like this is kind of weird, right? Where like there's,
I think
Yeah.
it works fine here to catch
Yeah.
yourself. Like,
Yeah.
oh, which
Okay, yeah,
there's
so
no
we-
way Bromok would fail to catch themselves, but you definitely hear the spell. Like, I think Bromok's close
Yeah.
enough to the ground that like.
and but if it's next round, he's still 3,000 feet up.
Yeah, I'm
right?
still over 1,500 feet up in the air.
Maybe you are.
It's still
Sometimes be like 2
3,000,
rounds.
right? It's like first round you teleport up, you seek. Second round you can't fly. You've only dropped 2,000. You're still 3,000 feet in the air.
Yeah.
I was thinking of it differently. I was thinking first round you teleport up, immediately take the full distance for the first round,
Yeah.
then do last action to seek. Second round, beginning of that turn, you immediately fall the distance for the second round.
Still only 2,000, right? So still 3,000 feet up when you cast a spell. It's one round of falling and an instant fall. That's
You
always
got
2,000.
1,000 and 2,000 and 3,000 in the
What's that?
third.
1,500 and then immediately 500, then every round 1,500 more.
Okay, so 500, then 1,500. And what, a mile is like 5,000 or
Yeah.
something feet, so
Yeah,
a bit 1,000,
5,400.
so you've only got a couple of thousand. Okay, yeah, no, I guess you are. Yeah, I guess that terminal velocity works, I guess. So, you're pretty done. You catch yourself, like, yeah, you see the party below, but they definitely, they wouldn't hear you, like, or notice you catching a spell, you're a long way away. Like, in all the basically, you guys are hustling towards, I mean, yeah, it's still taking a little while you get there, but like Bronx, like flying around thousands of feet up now, so
Yeah.
it's not immediate interaction. You guys get back to the meeting, just in time to like be witnessing some kind of commotion has clearly been caused. You guys aren't exactly sure what's happened, but everyone else is kind of basically wondering why Rayson just like suddenly swore to himself and teleported away. It drew some attention even in the like relatively chatty room. Like he kind of his whole proceedings, everyone's kind of puzzled and like wondering.
Longer than
Coming or-
That's awkward.
I'll very like not very subtly, but I'll try to subtly like poke around for an invisible Brom in the tent,
Yeah, I mean, I got my blind side as well, so I kind of, like, go the other side of the door, being like, do I sense any people nearby?
Okay.
What
What about you, Moonsong and Asik? What are you guys doing?
I think I'm just gonna cast True Seeing on myself. And like see if I can spot him anywhere.
That's a higher level than you cast invisibility. What level do you cast at for greater invisibility? Is that-
7th.
That's 7th. Okay, so in True Seeing, you're probably casting at 6th, I'd imagine, right, Tom?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and attempt a counteract check, but I don't know. Actually, do you get to do it against a level 1 above, or how does it work?
I fucking
You always
can't
roll,
remember
and then
shit.
it depends on success.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
like I'm trying to remember the success conditions. If you can, like, it has to be the same level.
You
or
can succeed if you do a crit success. You can
Crit
do it.
success, you can
I
get
think
That's
success
right,
is
yeah.
enough.
Like
I think
any-
success
any-
is
Even
enough.
maybe a success.
So
No,
I
I
think is success
I
enough
think
on one
success is a level
higher?
up. I think critic success is
yeah,
fine.
you're
No,
right.
leveling.
You're right. Success is also no more than one level higher.
Yeah,
So
okay,
success
cool.
is also-
So success. Okay, so yeah.
So I
honestly-
roll with what my spell attack roll basically. Right?
Yeah, basically, I think. It's your proficiency with the spell plus your stat. So unless you have like an item
Yeah.
bonus to spell attacks or something, that's what it would be.
Yeah, I should check what the DC.
An
is,
easy
basically.
button. I don't think there's an easy button.
Ah,
Yeah,
that's
it's whatever your exactly. It's your spell save DC minus 10 d20 plus that. So
Yeah,
okay, yeah, so that's going to be
bad.
insufficient. So
well.
yeah, you cast about and you do not see Bromok anywhere.
Okay.
Was Saji in the room?
Yeah, Saji and Andrea are definitely both in the room.
Is Brom and Camila gonna do something, or should we do something as a party? Or
You can do something as a party. He's still flying up, looking around, knowing that it's now a lost cause.
so I think
I
as we
kinda
push
like-
rounds, we'll like.
Yeah, go for it. So what are we?
well,
Hey,
there's
long as
a-
you coming too. Don't worry about it. What are we?
Okay, so we're the only ones here who actually might know what has happened. What the? What
Long
the
as
fuck is going on?
long as continues to look troubled. Says
Yeah, Brom just did what
this
we
is
think he
this
did,
is
right?
I know
I think so. And if the realization he came to
is accurate, then I don't want to say it was entirely unjustified. It may indeed be as he suspected all along, that Fist and Antlers has some kind of ulterior motive in this entire arrangement.
But
Well,
the problem with that I have,
instructions back
right? The problem with that I have is that it is possible. You know, Fist and Angeles has traveled multiple times back, and maybe this was the moment that made him more paranoid, made him think he needs more power, sent him further down.
Many things are possible, but I never knew of anything like what just happened
Foolish
happening. And it is just... I've never really had much reason to... I mean, he taught me whatever he wanted. It is strange that he would send back instructions to somehow alter my memory at this point. What exact objective and what he would be seeking to achieve, and how he would even be able to briefly instruct Raceland in the ability to do it is... I hope we can find Bromok soon. These things need figuring out.
Oh, good luck with that part.
Yeah, after probably
days.
about like 30, 40 seconds up there looking around, he flies down to outside the tent shortly away and undoes his invisibility and calls for the party.
Hey, there he is.
You hear like the pub go, like parachute sound.
Yeah, basically.
Cool. All right.
I failed.
Alright.
What you attempted was very foolish.
Well, let's start from the beginning. What did you attempt?
Take the book.
Definitely foolish.
Well, why don't we cut off his head if we're gonna do that, though? That'd be easier by taking a book.
Because again, I know that some of you thought I was just here to murder him this whole time. Like that was never my goal. I wanted to learn more what was going on.
Alas, I think the opportunity may now be past us.
Well,
Yeah.
you see, maybe that is why we should have come here with the whole group and perhaps talk to him first.
If he
Bromok
suspected
didn't-
anything, he would immediately be gone.
And
And no
Bromok didn't
offense,
trust
long
me.
ears, but I don't exactly
he's
trust
now, and
you.
now there's
Bromok
no
didn't-
way we
Bromok didn't trust
try
me.
that.
He had to act quickly. I don't agree with the decision, but I can see why it was made.
Yeah, man. The guts are just...
Words should precede
This is a mess.
violence.
He looks genuinely quite stressed.
Alright, so we're fucked, right? We have to have you be the one to teach yourself, or we don't know what the fuck's happening.
I don't know. I mean, Raceland was never
Jesus
present. He was never present at the closing of the gates of hell. He would have left shortly after this meeting anyway. So perhaps not much has changed.
What do you
Yeah.
know of his time between now and when he trains you? What do you know of him then, in that time period?
But how long in the future is this? When are you actually get like born?
Like 100 years, is that right?
Get my.
No, your timeline
Just
is real
note.
complicated.
It's not
Yeah.
terrible.
I want each loop down in the timeline.
He says, I'm born in the year 1080,
What's this year?
1047.
That's what, like 70 years?
No, you have to
Well.
remove the one.
What?
Yeah. Take the one and then remove it.
He trains me from the age of 8, and
Who's
in the
he
year 1103, I'm sent back to 5 years before the founding of Atlas.
Dude, you want? Well, I mean, that's not that long, right? Like,
Why that far back?
Because the person that I became played an important part in the history of that nation and everything that happened to it. And I was sent back to play that role.
Wait,
if you just left it alone, though, maybe it'd be fine. You know, just like let it do its own stuff, you know, not like interfere for one of these loops.
Maybe someone will make that choice one day.
You say someone would be you, right?
Oh, yeah, a version of me, I suppose.
What the fuck? There's only one of you.
Alright, wait.
How long ago did you
So-
give him the book?
Raceland came into possession of the book. Hell, I can actually check my timeline. This is an event on my timeline, but I need to remind myself exactly when it was. Da 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 da. Da da da. 10:39. How do I relate that to anything?
It's like 3 years ago? Or that,
Thing really? No, it's more like 8 years ago. So yeah, he says, Raceland came into possession of the book eight years ago while I was a prisoner in hell.
Did you leave it for him somewhere and Mulgar give it to him?
I did. I arranged for yes. Well guessed. Morgan did indeed ensure that he came into his possession, although Raceland is not yet aware that it was, well, I say, Raceland is not meant to yet be aware that it was all planned. It is possible that this
Is there-
his lack of honesty with me has misled me in that area. But that I am aware of Raceland yet should not know who
But here-
he will become.
Let's
His own
get
destiny.
right to the specific key. He must know who he is or who he will become, right?
From-
What is it about that memory that he would have tried? Why would he remove that from you?
Yes. No, you're right. In order to know that that memory had to be removed, he must have at least some inkling of his own part in the whole. From my understanding, he does not discover that for some years after the closing of the gates. But
So he must have been spying on us when we
Either-
had our conversation. Or-
well,
You went and had a conversation with him about how things are slightly different.
that last one seems to worry him particularly. He says, "Oh, the Fist and Antlers in the future was never honest with me fully to begin with, and left a note in the book that one lady found by his younger self, explaining things before he was. There are perhaps this is Raceland is gone for now. I'm not sure. While there are implications, and I expect that he'll want to do something about them, I'm not sure it changes anything about what needs to be done right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Right.
Question
yeah,
is, and I mean this in the most devil's advocate way, literally in this case. What if we don't?
Well,
Can we lure him out
that's
by not doing it?
at
what's
that
that
moment, like you guys, but specifically when Bromok says, "What if we don't?" You notice like a sort of almost imperceptibly brief expression, like exchange of glances between Asic and Longears. Like they just kind of in that moment, like they kind of when you ask that question, they just sort of they look to each other for a split second, kind of revealingly without intending to.
Do I take that as what I think it is, which is they've had this exact conversation?
You don't know exactly what it means,
Okay.
but you know that there's something there's some meaning in what you said about when you ask the
Right.
question, what happens if we don't close the gates? That made like you don't even necessarily know whether they've had a conversation, but like Asic has been acting slightly strange today, although recently, and like just at that moment, like there was with perception and stuff, you guys noticed a glance.
Look, why don't we just close the gate and get lawyers out, and then we don't need to worry about any of this, and he can just deal with it himself.
yeah, bro.
Or
I trust your
I think-
instincts, but I cannot stand for that idea of yours. These are the enemies we've been fighting my entire life. Innocents are at stake. He may,
know.
whoever Raceland is, he might be shady. We'll deal with it. But we can't allow the gates to remain open.
Rock is right. And frankly, and it is a relief to be able to speak frankly with anyone after so long, and to talk honestly of what I have been through in my destiny. So I will leave you at least with this. I have carried my destiny as a burden for more than 1,000 years, knowing what it would all lead to, and doing my best to ensure that, one horrible exception, nothing changed and history followed the path it was supposed to. Frankly, once I've achieved that, once I've got to the point that I've been trudging towards for decades and hundreds of years, and I've done my part, then do as you please afterwards. If you want to challenge the timeline, change things, go after Fist and Antlers, prevent him from ever training me, that's beyond my caring. I just want to do what I was born to do.
Alright, but if we didn't let you live, you'd be then chill with training yourself.
He's definitely very I mean, it's all of you. It's empathic in the moment. You can even none of you as old as him. You can all imagine to some degree what it'd be to be
You're gonna fuck yourself when you're 12.
Like the Jesus thing, but it's literally knowing exactly to the detail, the cross and everything, right the way through it all. So it's having fixation on that for so long. You can see why giving up on that or thinking differently of that is a weird thing, and he's kind of uncomfortable with it. But he does say, yesterday I would have said no. After certain suggestions made, mostly I admit by your most distrustful friend Bromok here, I'm less certain of my old master's intentions than I ever have been, and given that things seem to be changing anyway, and I can't believe I'm saying this at the 11th hour, but yes, if you find a way, change everything, and I don't die closing the gates of hell, and they're closed anyway, then yes, I will do whatever it takes to figure out how we make the future work. I suppose. Why not? Walk the path I knew up until this point.
We've got a plan. Now let's just move on.
Was that?
I want to ask you, Clyde. In the future, you remember the five of us. Do you know if we stay friends?
Oh.
He seems to have reached a slightly fuck it attitude.
I mean, the future's changed as fuck, right?
It's kind of well, okay. I won't.
Ramak has been working towards that this whole time.
There are things that yes, for the most part, you stay friends. Moonsong barely sets foot on this planet again. She's busy off doing Black Butterfly, traveling through space and time shit duties, but you see her from time to time. Real Captain Marvel shit, that one. The rest of you, yeah, you're around.
What? What went wrong?
He looks to you back.
He's gonna be a pat on the back.
Looks to you back and says, I don't think that's an appropriate thing for you to. I don't think I can just tell you now. That's a journey that you walked on and you have to walk on. Nothing dramatic. I think you just walked a journey.
Yeah, it's what I'll do the end of a fucking. Alright. Alright, I mean, I'm not gonna fucking die, so who cares? Let's just go there and fucking fight off all the demon army and then go and fucking back. Easy.
As much as I would like that, we can't be sure, right? Things have changed. The final battle, whatever it may look like, might be entirely different as well.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the same before, I'm talking fucking now we'll do it, the first time.
There we go. Alright.
I don't fucking give a shit about how we did in the battle. This time we go through the hell, we just fucking got over how many devils can there be in hell, right? Like, I mean,
That's
the
a-
sword's pretty durable.
Inspiring speech back.
I don't think it's gonna run out of fucking like an edge. It's pretty big. Like, it looks like 5 foot of blade, still have 6 foot left.
I mean, I'll look at Longears and say, alright, so I know this might be difficult for you to hear, but are you ready to be saved?
Okay, I suppose
I mean, obviously.
the least ready I've ever been for anything in my life. But
Okay, now you know how the rest of us fucking feel every goddamn day.
he don't barely laugh because he's not quite that undignified, but he does find that quite funny. He's like, yes, I have often wondered.
Fucking terrifying, Jesus.
I have often.
I will say though, I mean, you know, any like, you know, thinking of how I'm gonna get out of hell. You know, maybe do that thinking on the way. You know, so you know, at least you're, you know, now you know it's an option.
Yes. Much depends on. Well, much. For a start, if things happen the same. That is to say, if the relative kind of like tunes down a couple of levels for his audience and says, that is, if getting from hell to the plane after the closing in the future is the same as it will be here in terms of spells and stuff. And also, I never considered doing it that way. I'd occasionally would have contacted for various this and that, but never teleporting and never any magic going the other way. It will, even if it is the same, it'll take some figuring out.
You'll have plenty of time. Alright. Well, it seems like you said the sooner the better, right?
Yeah. While we're doing, I'm assuming we're gonna go, right? Or
I
there's no
mean,
reason to hold up.
it sounds like you were saying, like, basically an elite, like, maybe us in a few hours, right? Always, but, like, I mean, you said the sooner the better. I think a few days will be better for us than a few hundred men.
He thinks on it some more and says, yes, I think getting there, that taking longer to get there and bringing more of us only will give them longer to bring more forces through the portal and reinforce it harder. I think the swiftest strike is best.
Oh, I'm ready. Let's go.
Let's be both to die.
You got any other? I mean, this evening it's starting a bit late, but I guess it's never, you know. It'll be like, I guess, on a fire there anyway, so it's nice and bright.
Also gonna have to figure out.
Imagine like a very big window made out of fire, right?
Oh no.
How many times? You have 4 targets touched. And there's 5 of you.
But you let the spell work for extra.
I let the spell work before in the past, yes.
I should've long.
Okay. Well, how far do we... So we need at least 8th level for this, right? It's more than 1,000 miles away, I assume. I haven't actually
Yep.
measured it. But...
So I can't even help.
Yeah, but none of us can cast it, so that's better, I don't think. Or like have it known at 8th level.
I think Moonsong can.
Yeah, it is just over
the
1,000 miles.
Which spell?
So there, and then
Teleport.
to the
I
actual
have
gates.
6. That's it.
They only have 6th level though. But
Yeah,
I'm sure some, maybe one of the other casts.
Saji probably does. I don't know.
We need to be 15th level, right, to cast 8th level spells?
Anyone would be Saji.
Or
It's perfect. Your Saji's character sheet. Just open it up to.
Okay. Yeah, so... Oh, well, yeah, I forgot about Saji. I was thinking Long Ears. I mean, Long Ears definitely does.
Oh yeah, then let's go longest. Then you just do it at night.
Teleport, but it's not a signature.
But yeah. But I'm just thinking, I'm figuring out exactly. Authorized wise, we're 10 miles off the target. Okay. Target wise. It's interesting, yeah. Future comes in handy because he would actually be familiar with the location, even though he's never been there before now. He did in the future. So I guess, yeah, he thinks and says, yeah, he says, okay, very well. Make your preparations. I know where I will take us. I
Oh,
wouldn't.
Oh, actually tonight. Oh, crazy.
I could. You seemed intent.
I mean, I'm down for it. I kind of like look over the moon. I mean, Moonsong's had a bit of a. I mean, it's the same fucking day where we fought, like, literally, Xavier. So I'm like, I don't know if some of the. I mean, I had a bit of magic stuff, but I'm willing to give it another shot. But I don't know about Moonsong or Mark if you had magic or Azek, you had, chemicals you needed to make again. I don't know how your shit works.
I think
It did.
regardless of our states, mentally, maybe it's best to get one final night before we.
I would
we
prefer
head
to go in
Arden,
with-
perhaps.
My full spell repertoire available. I did cast a few things to try to get
Alright,
them
and
up.
then you have the night to, think about how to get out of hell if you had to, figure it out. Right.
And either way, there will of course be some travel at the other end. Firstly, because the spell is not perfectly accurate, and secondly, I will not take us directly to the gates. I do not trust that teleportation magic, other than the Devil's Own, would work as we wish in its immediate vicinity.
Enough.
And also, I don't want to risk turning up somewhere we wouldn't be prepared. So
Right.
wherever I end up taking us will be probably a day away.
No, then we should
Underground.
definitely go in the morning, right? So we actually are ready to move in the morning, not like, oh, now we're fucking gotta go to sleep when we get there. Might well have one rest in a place we know.
Alright,
Alright.
let's decide then.
Alright, but it's time.
Hey Dom, does Saji have any spells to like prevent scrying? Or location magic?
Non-detection is the spell you're looking for.
Yeah.
Don't ask why I know that from recent memory.
Figured.
No.
Certainly nobody I know cast that one recently at any kind of high level.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Yeah.
You
Shit.
can just take us, right? Like no one else.
Teleporting, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I've extended it
That's
to
the teleport.
you plus 5 because 5-person party, but
Like, I was like, well, they've done the devils. You know what I mean? They should have had a lot of their forces up at, up here
England
with
just
us.
scored.
What? Spoilers? Not there
Get
yet,
fucked.
man.
Get fucked.
wait, what? Who's just scored?
England.
Who we
Against
playing?
Senegal.
Fingerland.
Senegal.
Senegal.
Okay. Nice.
Alright.
Henderson?
No, mate, I'm watching it, Tom. Stop fucking spoiling it. I don't know why it's delayed. Just
so far behind!
I don't know. I mean, we got a dodgy stream.
You know, just like it's because
I have a dodgy stream. I'm an official Slovenian channel, you know.
It's a time zone thing. Slovenia is slightly further east than Denmark, so you know. I don't even know if that's true. It's probably not.
That's not true.
Oh, Slovenia further east. I mean, that part's true. Man. Alright, yeah, so I guess that goes have a few beers. But this time he's like, fucking, I would die. Alright, feel my time, but let me die, fucking, okay, Asik? Leon, you don't fucking let me die, alright? If I fucking don't come out of that, I'm gonna fucking haunt you from hell, alright? You fucking better make sure I'm getting out.
I'm gonna do my damnedest to get us all
You
out.
fucking better.
Forget the pun.
Right.
On that note, I do think Moonsong, do you at higher level, like, or do you have it now? Realm travel?
No.
Or something like that. I can't remember what the spell name is, but the travel planes and different shit like that.
It's like teleport 9th level is I think what you're looking for there.
Yeah, you
That's
can teleport and go
at
down.
level 20.
Well, that's any planet in the same galaxy. That's not the same plane.
Any planet in the same solar system is level 9 now. Wait, so when you're like looking something 17 in spellcast, you can go to other planets? It's not even that high level.
Pretty
Yeah,
high.
so I love the idea that like there's
Yes, I have.
Galarian content is like that sometimes the same solar system isn't enough. You got to
Yeah, Starfinder,
Yeah.
baby. Transitions into Starfinder.
I bet.
I mean, the elves come from outer space, right? So maybe Tom to go as well.
Do they? Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, in
Some point.
Pathfinder, so elves are from fucking like the moon or
It's like
something.
a cross between both the Burning Crusade races. Elves, but the ones that crashed on a spaceship.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you guys go to like get a night's rest. At some point during like the late evening, as everyone sort of just as everyone sort of like either has just gone or is preparing, Asik, Long Ears comes and finds you.
Oh, fuck it. Oh,
Shit.
again.
Here we go again.
And he kind of gestures. You know, go care for a stroll. Seems tense. I think that's fair to say.
Just gotta slow down for my short legs.
Sure. Which he does. He respects the request. And sort of strolls at a slow pace. Kind of not like out of the camp again, but just like kind of away from ears, just like a quieter area as you're walking through. And says, yeah, I mean, he seems stressed or tense, and he says, breaking the kind of silence after a few seconds, he says, "So, you haven't told them?"
Nope.
Should I have? I feel so guilty that doing so much to try and help me, I'm just terrified that if they knew, they wouldn't do it.
See, this world, balance stuff is way over my head. I'm just worried they'll hate me.
Seems to kind of take that in. It's a deep thing to carry. I don't know that there's much I can say that will make a difference there, but he kind of pauses for a moment. He even stops walking there and thinks for a second. You know, Asik, I've gone through 1,000 years and more, knowing about the end to come, and that all this time and all through that, knowing that I would be there with you when it happened. It would be you and I, that we needed your alchemist's tools and my sacrifice. And I think, knowing that, I built an image of you, who you would be. And part of that is based on the you I know in the future, who is... I think it's easy to forget, Asik, how young you are, and that a great burden is being placed upon you here as well. And that maybe I'm not the only one who needs the confidence to believe in themselves and the support of those we need to get through what's going to happen tomorrow or the day after, depending on. You have nothing to worry about, Asik. I know that doesn't necessarily mean as much as I would hope, but it is clear that you have wonderful group of companions who, for their flaws and their strengths, love and support one another and care deeply for the world that they reside in, and they think of and treat you every much as one of them as any of them. And it's I don't think coming up to this moment I appreciated how important that would be for everyone. I've been alone for a very long time. Not alone, but never telling anyone anything. And I think for the first time, as I walk here with you, I'm feeling the consequences of being alone for so long, and understanding from you just how important it is that we have who we have. He fades off there for a moment.
I don't really know what else to do but to do what needs to be done and hope that they'll understand.
And he nods. He says, I mean, on a level I'd never questioned it. The versions of you that I knew got over it. Well, some better than others. And I'd never thought until this moment that not telling them would feel like such a betrayal. But thank you for helping me see the right path here, Asik. Although your companionship will be brief, it's one I treasure much, much more deeply than I ever expected to, and for that I am sorry that I had so little respect in the first place.
I'm sorry.
We should get some sleep. We've got a busy day.
Yep.
And he just kind of nods at that. He's kind of curt as well. It's clear that he's definitely feeling like a strong degree of emotion, like from the tension at the start to like a bit of release to now like there's clearly some guilt and uncertainty and a lot pent up. But yeah, he kind of goes away to deal with the rest of it himself, and it passes. Everyone gets a long rest.
Nice.
Morning rolls around.
Oh.
Yeah, we didn't really address this super deep, but I don't know, like, it wouldn't necessarily be Longyear's intention that you guys would go without like telling anyone else, but we haven't like talked about you guys telling anyone else at this point yet. So is that what you guys intend? I don't see that would be like a strong need, because like the kind of conversation was sort of leaning towards like that would be a good option anyway. So
maybe we would like leave a note, right, or something. Say like if they haven't heard back like a couple of days or something, like give it to somebody and just like give them this in a couple. I don't know. I think we should leave something behind of what we're trying to do, right? So like, not even send help. Should just be like it's fucked. Like I don't know. Something.
Is Arquetta still around in the camp?
Yes, she is.
Okay. Brahmak at some point probably would have, in
she
like
and Oscar.
early morning or late night, would have just gone and kind of said goodbye. Let her know at like a kind of a high level. It's like, hey, we have something we have to do.
Okay. Yeah, she kind of gets it. She's very proud. She's my little baby's all growing up and saving the world sort of moment. Like she's got a very she's not worried for you, because, and it's not that she doesn't. It's not that she thinks you're completely safe, but it's like she gets it, like in a way that a lot of other people wouldn't, and maybe a lot of mothers wouldn't. That like doing the adventure, the battle. It's like it's not even really a question of worth it. It's just sort of like what is there to be done. as she's often done in her times in her life. So yeah, there's pride, and sadness, and obviously there is some fear, but she doesn't like try and dissuade you in any way, or like question your resolve, or yeah.
I
Do you have like a
wanna.
sick bow yet, or is her bow like better? Did she already give you her bow? Can't remember what went
I think
down.
at one point I was able to use it because she had dropped it, but I think I technically my bow by this point was better than hers was when we left.
If it is, then yeah, she wouldn't. But if her bow is for any reason better than yours, she would give it to you at this point.
Can I see her bow? I don't think I can.
Bow is +3 greater striking composite, dark wood, grievous corrosive speed.
Wait, what's this? Ooh.
I'm just if determining if Arquetta's bow is better than Bromok's.
They have +3 greater striking, flame, greater frost.
And do we still have the weird traveling bonuses to our weapons? That matters a lot, actually, at +4.
We'll probably have to do new ones to do travel.
Oh, I guess so. One final roll on the travel table. Baby, that's a chance for loot. Wait, you got levels to 20 crits. What are you playing at? You crazy guy. When's that gonna happen?
Never.
Yeah.
But
Interesting
in the-
question. I have a plan, but it would involve playing another session. It's kind of going to wrap up today.
Yeah.
No, today.
That's okay. By the way, that's as we're like preparing or like doing the traveling, because I know we're not going to land like again in the fight unless something goes terribly wrong, right? Brahmak is kind of pushing for more information they didn't get from Euclid. Like he's asking about time travel. Like, can you travel? Like, do you know how to now travel? Did you study the book right before you gave it to him, or
is this ASIC you're asking? Okay.
No, long years.
Long years. Oh, you're asking long years.
Yeah.
Long years doesn't know. He doesn't know
himself how to do it.
Yeah, he doesn't know the magic himself.
Okay.
He knows that it requires an immense, focus of it. It's not just like you do a 10-minute ritual and you go back and it's much harder, like a resurrect or whatever. It's it requires sort of years of preparation and like resources of like a small nation to sort of send one person back.
Yeah.
Sorry, what else did you ask?
I asked if since he had the book in his possession for 1,000 years almost, it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
Like, has he read it?
Oh yeah, he definitely has.
And he never discovered anything that may have had like secret notes or.
No, he didn't. I mean, it's like to what he read. It's a spell book.
Right.
It's like a well guarded spell book. You have to know like procedures to open. Like you have to be careful. Like, and it's got like certainly like personal notes on like the casting of the spells and stuff. Like it's heavily annotated and stuff through. But he never found or saw. But I mean, in the realm of the magic of like he could.
Right.
He would totally like it would be within the realm to like have a charm so that when like the right person touched it, they would like gain the memory.
Yeah.
Like. Or like the message would be, there's so many ways it could have been done.
Yeah. And then, so it sounds like, and this is for the whole party, right? That our plan is to kind of all be on the inside with, I guess, outside of ASIC?
If possible.
Yeah, we should be right. Anyone who's willing to take I mean, it's like every person makes a big difference, right? Like it's like fucking huge. Like one more.
But yeah, particularly level 19 characters on the inside.
Pretty
Yeah.
much, like Beck isn't gonna do it if he's by himself. But fuck that. That's it's like that. Like, like he's more like we. But if anyone is obviously against the idea, then like he would obviously like not gonna fucking force anyone. Like
Right.
Like,
no, because as he just says that, he's like, but what happens to ASIC then?
I don't know, more devils. I don't know. Oh, I guess the devil's on that side as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was the question? Oh, the devils.
So, like, if we're generally on the idea that we're the majority of the party, right, or like everyone but ASIC is probably planning to kind of be on the other side of the portal to help Euclid survive type stuff, right?
Oh yeah, I think that's the question. He says, yes. Well, the way I understand that the plan was originally executed. Yes, there were devils everywhere. ASIC and I essentially rushed the portal with as much support as others could give. It got into position almost before. Well, no, they were quite prepared, but before anything could be done to specifically stop us, and took the action. Dozens of devils, was probably hundreds, are stranded on the material plane and dealt with. But no, it's like, unless we intend to kill every devil that has come through the gates before closing them, and I don't see how it's practical. More would be coming through all the time. Once the battle begins, it's essentially a rush for us to end it before we are overrun.
Is there any way, like, as it can have, like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you can't cast any, like, get out at somewhat really fast magic, right?
Magical way out, maybe one of your potions, anything that can hide you away from the devils once the deed is done. Should you be...
I guess we could have Moonsong.
Rudolph's pretty good at keeping me alive, though, it's your reason.
I don't disagree. But I think
there's
between
no sort of scroll
between our
you make.
party, if there's someone that we want to be able to travel out, again, it's going to be to get ASIC out right afterwards. It's got to be me or Moonsong. And no offense to Moonsong, but I know that your plan was to probably not be part of this world for very long after this.
Wait.
That still allows you to travel and do what you want.
Wait, I don't get it, but you're saying Moonsong stays on the side of Acid, right? And then just gets out
Correct.
of Acid.
And then those two get out. She, whether it's pocket rat moment, fly away, greater visibility, whatever, eventually teleport out, get them both to safety.
Never really used it. Not my second archetype is Wizard, so I could probably do some low level dimension door just like out of range or something.
Oh, Wizard Acid? Wow.
Yeah, the wizard.
Wait, you can do that teleport and stuff too?
ASIC kind of like shyly gets out like a little wizard hat and like.
No.
It's the tiny rat size too.
Wait, so you could do that teleport and stuff as well?
Feel like I should be able to.
Alright, I mean that's pretty good.
Haven't really tried it, but what's better time than this?
I guess that's true. I mean,
It still
I guess
feel a little bit better then. I mean,
if you teleport
greater
away,
chance,
you could
but-
turn into like a little mouse, right? Might be pretty hard for them to find you. Like,
Yeah, once they're stranded on this side, I mean, sure, they'll want revenge, but they've got bigger issues to worry about.
I think everything's gonna be a lot of confusion for like a while, right? Like,
Yeah,
I
if
trust
you know what's
Asic
happening.
to, I don't know, I trust Asic to be able to, get, like, I'm not saying get to fight all the devils, but, be able to get out in one piece. Obviously, if you don't think that you can, then yes, one of us can stay on that side with you and get out together.
well, it sounds like we may not have much of a choice. That we need other people out fighting. We can't have everyone in the portal.
Wait, why can't we have everyone except for Asic in the portal?
At least from what Longears has said. Correct me if I'm wrong here. We kind of need to be giving cover fire, as it were.
I don't know, I didn't really get how long this whole thing took. If, like, we could just, like, run through it while Asic is, like, ready to basically press the button as soon as we're in, and then he gets out. I'm not sure, I didn't really get, like, I mean, is it the case of, like...
Yes, no, the action we need to take is almost instantaneous. The Philosophy Extractor is an absurdly powerful artifact. It is, I mean, it's destroyed in the process, sure, but it
Wait.
closes the portal like this.
It's destroyed. What
Yeah.
does that mean for ASIC?
Yeah, what is...
He doesn't have a Philosopher's Extractor anymore, I'm afraid.
Oh, so...
Oh,
Oh, it just like falls to
no,
dust?
no big explosion.
Sorry, when you said it's
Yeah.
destroyed, most magical things tend to go boom.
It, in a way, will go boom, but what we're doing is directing all of the energy of its boom into countering the presence of the portal.
Alright.
Cool. But if it's so fast, then maybe like we can be covering Aztec's back until he's ready to push the button. And then like as soon as he's ready, we just step through the portal, he presses it, he teleports out if he's able to do that. Job's done. We're all in the hell side protecting you while you get us out. Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, all I'm saying is like I reckon the more Versa can be with long as in the hell side, like that's gonna make a big fucking difference. Like we
No,
just
I
gotta-
intend to be on that side as well.
It sounds difficult, but doable. But maybe we might just need a miracle.
Yeah, they happen, right?
Be ready for a miracle. Ready as I can be.
But I mean, honestly, I reckon a bit of it will be playing by ear when we're there, right? We'll see. Maybe the situation fucking change. Who knows?
Be thinking on our feet, but I think as rushing the portal and just trying to get this done as fast as we can is the best way to go about it.
I mean, like in the span, like I mean, I'm not saying I can't do this, but like, you think you'll need to have us like fight them off for like what, a day or two, lawyers, or like.
Sorry, what was it? What about a day or two? Where are you going to end up?
No, like how long he needs us to be holding him off him for, basically on the other side.
Yeah,
You have
it's
any
like-
idea?
Yeah, 2 days.
No, 2 days.
He kind of he shakes his head and says it's very difficult to guess what will be there and what we will have to do to get back. It's possible that to find our way we'll need to make our way to a specific place or wait a certain amount of time or any of the above. Discover a spell.
I mean, there aren't
Hey,
that many devils.
I
are
mean-
there, right? Like,
Elandria and Sagi made it out of hell, right?
sure, I know about that.
Yeah.
They had a big dragon though or something.
Sure,
Yeah, it
we
kind of
can-
was Sagi.
we can
kinda
go
not.
with that.
It gets a little confusing.
That's a
Well,
I think
I
that's
mean, fuck, we just fucked up a devil or something, Lord. Right? Like, there can't be that many of those guys in there. Like,
Well, there's Xavier's boss, right?
yeah, but you reckon he will be like, just like I don't know, fucking palace or some shit, right? Like,
I'm sure they
I hope
will
we
want
aren't.
us to
Yeah,
conquer.
long as I hope we aren't encountering any pit fiends. The purpose of going this quickly is rather to make sure that kind of monstrosity doesn't make its way to the gates of the
if there's not
Fed.
even any of those, then fucking nothing to worry about. I mean, right? Yeah, let's just see what happens. Always better doing a better plan anyway.
What happens then?
Well, in the morning, I do want to go to back and be like, "Hey, buddy, one more sparring session for all time's sake. What do you say?"
Oh, why not? Why not? It's been a while, huh? I mean, you're fucking. I see you on the battlefield nowadays. No one could fucking touch you, man.
Well, I specialized, but yeah, no, I think those devils are slightly less skilled than we've been. I'm beginning to
what I
think
can
so.
do. Let me see. What's your AC?
50?
50. I mean, I have to roll pretty good actually. 50. It's pretty high, Jacko.
Well, depending if you're a fiend, it's higher.
What? I mean, still no problem mode. You know, it's still a move. But then you probably just crit me, right? Like,
But
I'll give it a
um,
shot, you know.
Chris, out of curiosity, what happens to the contracts of the devils if they're cut off from this plane?
the shielding's really good, Leon. The shield looks real strong.
Are you asking me in the sense you want to roll a religion check, or are you asking long? Are you actually asking long ears?
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of asking the party, just like while I'm watching them spar a little bit. What happens?
It says
Like,
those, so those for whom the terms are still applicable will either continue to apply. For many, it will no longer be contracts that stipulate travel to hell at certain times or certain methods of delivering certain things. If someone had a contract, for example, to, I don't know, sacrifice a goat in a particular spot on a particular time, it's unlikely that would the purpose of the sacrifice would still be valid after hell was essentially a different plane of space relative to the material plane. So that would probably fall through. But if someone's contract was just to, I don't know, keep guard over something for the rest of their life, then I don't see any, if it was on the same plane and it had nothing to do with. It's complicated, but it depends on the terms of the contract. Nothing innately would break about all of them. Anyway, you guys are sparring, just like kind of on the edge of camp, getting ready for the teleport.
As we're sparring, I'll kind of drag the sparring a little bit away from the rest of the group. As the rule indicates, Mars isn't really in it, but I'll be like, hey, I've been meaning to bring something up with you for a while now.
Well, man, you saved it right to the last minute, I reckon, but I'd shoot.
Yeah, you haven't been exactly subtle about your future. And I've been trying to think of whatever words I can use, whatever I can say to stop you from doing what you're gonna do. I mean, I've lost people, many people, but I don't think I've ever had the kind of love you had for your family. And what kind of man would I be to keep you away from that? So I guess I just want to say that I wish I could have met them. And
What were we for?
and that you'll always be a brother to me.
I like clap you on the shoulder. It's like, man, I mean, if there's one thing I learned, fucking going there, coming back, and, one day going there again, like, this ain't the end, man. I don't know what maybe you're gonna be in the jungle somewhere, I don't know, with leopards or some shit, but, like, I'm sure there's, like, ability to come, for dinner, but, I mean, she cooks a really nice, like, pie. Like, so, like, whenever, you wanna come over, I'm sure that'll be fine.
Wait, you're talking on the other side?
Yeah. I mean, at some point, you'll go too.
Right, yeah, I suppose I will. Yeah, I don't know, I was waiting
I
for
was
you.
real scared of it the first time, but like... Oh shit, what do you see me doing after this, man? You think I'm just gonna, go close the gate of hell, fight off a Legion of Devil, then I'll go back to my guard job?
Well, you'd be pretty damn good at it as well, I think. But,
I mean, that's fucking boring and shit. I mean, like, I had a fucking chance. If I Jesus, if it wasn't for the whole you die now, you stay in hell shit, Jesus, this would be the way I wanted to go, protecting you guys while, this with shit was up. It just fucking sucks that that can't be the way I go, and I have to come out of here, and then I don't know what I'll do. I'll fucking wander out in the goddamn wilderness for, I don't know, until it fucking finds something I can't kill, I don't know, but like, I'm gonna like go off in a quiet, fucking sad shit, alright? It'd be a celebration.
alright, I think I can deal with that.
I'll make a fucking trail through the goddamn wilderness so wide you can fucking see it from fucking moving someone's planet, I don't know.
Would that be a side? I mean, I'll celebrate with you.
I don't know, can't you maybe you can speak me when I'm dead, I don't know how it works.
Look, I can't get in touch with my deity at the best of times, but
I mean,
no. Once I go, don't picture me running around in a leopard pants, running through the jungle. No, I'm retiring that side of me. I'm laying down the spear.
I don't know if you tell her that until we're done, man. Maybe you say you're still, gonna do that.
She knows. It's a bargain we've made.
Alright, but I'll tell you, man. Alright, we'll do a few more fights for this final fight, I swear. If it ends now and I'm fucking stuck in hell, Jesus, they fucking better have a lot of chains, is all I'm saying. Like, give you, a slap on the back.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the party.
Yeah, then I'm gonna try to hit you one more time.
What?
One sure.
Oh
my god, come on, man!
You'll get me one day, Leon. You'll get me one day. Man, you didn't have your shield rage yet, though, right? Like, come on.
What do you mean? I'm gonna go a turn without raising my shield? What do you think?
I slapped you on the shoulder, and you just had the shield raised.
Like I was saying.
Alright. Yeah. and then
Okay.
kind of with each other fast.
Yeah. So everyone, makes their final preparations, says goodbye to anyone they need to. The note is left. And yeah, I mean, it's I would say without great aplomb, but it takes 10 minutes to cast teleport. So this is with some aplomb. Long is cast a spell, brings the group of you into the sort of fold of the energy, and in a, it's not blinding, but in a sort of like bright flash, suddenly you find all of yourselves standing in, like right on the edge of the surf, on a beach. Like some of the party are like sort of like in like their ankles are sort of being tickled by the waves, and some are sort of like on the a few steps away on dry sand.
Okay.
Well, he kind of looks around and says, "Oh, okay, that was slightly close. I was aiming for a point about 7 miles inland, which I knew left a small chance we'd end up in the drink. It just kind of keep a glance at the ocean. I just was hoping we wouldn't."
Yeah, we're good swimmers anyway. No worries.
Some of us are.
Like up to 3 miles out to sea.
Hey, I don't know. I mean, if you're not legendary athletics, like, what's the point? The thing is, suggests you can swim on waterfalls at this point.
But
I did finally become an expert in athletics.
I mean, it's
the
literally
sea doesn't like hold your attention for long. Although it is interesting to like suddenly find yourself next to it, because probably Leon with like the strongest sort of divine senses notices first, and Moonsong probably similarly, and then the rest sort of like follow their view towards the well, I guess assuming you guys don't really know where's north, but assuming that the ocean is like the beach is kind of directly north of you, the ocean is directly north of you, towards the southwestern horizon, so down and left on the map, the sky is it's like Mordor sky, it's full of like roiling but like red lit from within thunderheads that seem to be like sort of raining down, not just like rain, but like kind of saltpeter and other sort of like there's a whole sort of mess of maelstrom of like bad weather and energy and stuff in that general direction, like occupying kind of like the whole sky off and off that way. Like you don't sort of like see a roundness or an edge to it. It's just far away from you.
Well, it certainly looks like we're heading though.
That's at least we know we're in the right place.
Yes. There's not much chance we'll get lost from here. We should get moving.
ACDC Thunderstruck starts playing.
Let's head out.
Really? Not
Slightly
that
further than
fast?
I'd intended, and we'll have to hurry if we want to make it there today.
One last roll on the traveling table. Gotta get the last chance to loot. We have crit successes, we get a roll on the loot table.
The last party wiped a random encounter traveling through the beyond.
I know. Well, that was apparently our own fault and Destiny, which
Destiny.
Amazing how things can turn out to have been Destiny when they've already happened.
I know.
But actually, though, we still have the traveling. It's very important if I have.
No, you don't have the traveling buffs.
No!
Oh, what? Oh, no, my AC is immediately 49.
I can barely hit anybody with this now.
I mean, technically we should be able to roll on it, right?
No, it doesn't seem
No, there's no traveling buffs anymore at this point.
So sad.
I've been there.
Cheated.
But stealth! That can sneak us in.
Alright.
Yeah, and you guys, make your way across, like, sparse, unwelcoming, the uncivilized terrain of like the deep lands beyond the borders, the olden ways. It gets kind of substantially more like the terrain changes, as does the weather as you get closer, to the point where, like, as you're drawing near to the actual area which is sort of being pummeled by the bad weather, you're beginning to like pass like small like lake, not big lakes, but like ponds of like lava, like mounds that are kind of like issuing smoke and sort of like sulfurous smells and stuff. It's getting kind of like volcanic. You're not really going uphill. It doesn't feel like you're climbing a volcano, but like the whole terrain is getting more kind of sulfurous and like geologically active and kind of nice and hellish.
I definitely spit into one of the pools of lava.
There's a satisfying hiss. It's like your spit instantly vaporizes and leaves on like a tiny little patch of sort of cooled stone that just sort of quickly sinks in and is no longer visible.
Have you ever seen like those videos of someone throwing like a water bottle, like a small one, into lava? It goes
Like
so
explode?
active for so much longer than you'd think.
Yeah.
Dude, steam's scary.
Choo.
Instantly vaporizing water is a horrifying thing that has killed lots of people in horrible ways. So as you guys continue, it gets it gets like worse, especially the visibility. Like gets like kind of air gets thick enough with like smoke and kind of just like there's like kind of a constant rain of like little bits of sort of volcanic debris, like ash and like, bits of pumice and stuff coming down. Not enough to be injuring you, but enough that like you wouldn't want to like open your eyes wide and look up. You'd be getting like annoying stuff in your eyes all the time. It's
Thank God for true sight.
like kind of shielding yourself with like the shield a little bit as you walk forwards, keeping it off your face, and like everything kind of is concealed to everyone.
Even with true sight?
I mean,
let's read True Sight again. I probably still got it open somewhere. True Perception. 6th level True Seeing spell.
I think it just gets.
It's just purely for countering like magical effects that are attempting to deceive your vision. So yeah, like
would my travel sort of help with the ambient bullshit?
Oh yeah, actually, yeah. So basically, everything I described is it still applies, except Moonsong's aura keeps like the stuff from like raining down into your eyes, and like the general like the temperature never gets unpleasant. But so like it kind of goes. You definitely get a sense that like there's some sort of protection, but all around you, beyond the edge of the aura, you can make out that it really is like a sort of constantly.
This shit is hard to see it. What the fuck? I hope it clears up a bit.
At exactly that moment. At exactly that moment, like an arcing red bolt of lightning, it's like the landscape before you, an enormous one, and in its silhouette, just at the moment it flashes, you make out the gargantuan form of this enormous pair of stone pillars with a great, like shimmering field of energy that itself isn't giving off light. It's only highlighted when the light from the lightning kind of like passes through it. Otherwise, it's kind of like a watery kind of wall, like hovering there in the air. But I mean, like it's enormous. Like the pillars themselves are. I mean, you guys it's hard to judge perspective and stuff. Like how far away is it? In the moment of the lightning, but like. Man, it's probably still like you're walking like on a half hour to get there. Like it's those pillars look like they could be like a mile high. Like it's fucking colossal.
I don't know. This is pretty big. Right. Oh, I don't think we're gonna miss it.
Yeah, do we see any like activity?
Yeah, as you begin to sort of like see more ahead of you, although as you press forwards, kind of around you, like there's constant like bat-winged flying shapes of various sizes, like kind of going around in the sky above. Although none of them seem to have noticed your like presence immediately. Like it certainly is not long now before you're spotted.
All right. Well, as we're like looking at that, I'll just say like, "Ooh, all right, we're gonna give him hell regardless of what's gonna happen in the next few minutes." I just want to say to everyone, it's been a real fucking pleasure.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't really see this coming, but yeah,
Been an honor.
it's been good.
And then Brahma goes over.
Like, we're gonna fucking chat in like 20 minutes.
Of course we are. Yeah.
Brahma goes over to Asik, puts his hand on his shoulder, and just says, "Sorry to have to leave you in this place."
Yeah, you reckon you still think? I mean, it looks pretty smoky as well, right? You reckon you can get out in one piece?
I mean, I hope so.
I mean, if not, then one of us will stay on this side and help you get out. I mean, it's no problem.
It's looking pretty scary.
I mean, Essig would know that, but I can't remember right now. But I'm pretty sure there's like an elixir that removes concealed and stuff. I should be able to like get out, right?
It removes. Oh, you mean so you can see your way out?
Like it posted like one lower. All those things. So like you don't have to worry about flat check.
Ego Elixir, does that do that?
Blind fight elixir. Is that a
Pretty
thing?
sure there
There
was
is,
also,
I think it's
I
a
don't
link
know.
for this,
I
actually.
swear I saw it. I just
Cat's
can't
Eye
remember.
Elixir?
Does having concealed doesn't do anything for your ability to get out? You think?
I don't know. Isn't wait, is this
Mistform
for
makes you
spooky?
concealed.
Oh, is that it? I don't know. My memory.
I think there is also something that actually means shit.
This probably is, right?
I can't remember. But
Because you want to like be hidden from the devils, I'm assuming, right? That's the plan.
Yeah.
I mean, you said you had magic where you could like teleport or something?
Well, I could cast a low-level dimension door. I don't
Right.
know what to
I mean,
do.
then you could turn into like a mouse, right?
Then you can turn into a tiny rat and go hide somewhere wherever our meeting spot is.
Classic a mouse.
I mean, I like look. I mean, it's pretty fucking smoky and bubbly, right? Like, there's like a billion places a rat could hide, right? That like would be.
Yeah, definitely. It's like
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly hoping we make fucking a big enough mess of it. You know, they're gonna be disoriented. I mean, like, you know, even if it doesn't hurt you, fucking something's gonna happen, right? There's gonna be some fucking wicked light show, I'm guessing. And
Yeah, their ticket home is gonna be destroyed, so
yeah,
it's gonna get grab their attention for a little bit at least.
yeah, I reckon you'll. I mean, at least I have faith that you should be fine. More fun probably on your side than our side, I reckon.
Probably.
But
Make it up as you
yeah,
go.
I mean, where do we want to be? We can meet back at the beach, right? That's not too far. That's we all know that place. There's not many other places we all know about it.
Sure.
Each episode.
Alright. Well, I guess, you know, we wait there a couple of days, and if we're not still back,
Yeah. How far away from it do we think we are?
keep it off, I guess.
from the gates themselves.
Mm-hmm. At this point.
Still like a fair distance. Still like a kind of like tens of minutes of walking.
Okay.
You're a bit closer, as I said. You know, it was miles away, but it's still, yeah, you're not like.
Right.
Yeah, but you guys can, you know, obviously continue closer. Presumably, just, you know, in the mindset as close as we can, and then, you know, go loud.
Yeah, well, when we're about 5 minutes out, I do greater invisibility.
Okay. Yeah, you're getting the sense that things are about to kind of kick off. It's like it's getting more dense with devils in the sky and stuff. So it's just about that. It's just after you cast you're sort of getting a sense as you cast greater invisibility that you all
Extended.
hear a like a shriller note. There's been sort of screeching and warnings and stuff in the sky all along, but suddenly like a shrill notes are going up all around you in moments as like clearly, you know, your presence has been noticed. You know, you guys can cast buffs, do as you please, or just like say you break out into a sprint and start moving. But like it's moments after that, maybe like, you know, within the next 30 seconds that you hear like a heavy, like a loud blow on some kind of peculiar deep bassed horn off in the distance, and you can make out like a force of large, like sort of hulking devilish figures like stomping across towards you in a, you know, basically a big troop of them.
Yeah, and I
yeah,
also
you
cast
got
greater
stuff.
greater flying. Sorry. Yeah.
Turn to Leon and be like, you ready to go big?
Yeah, let's make the distraction.
Come on, Claudia. It's been a while. You haven't said much recently. I'll make her big as well with large.
I'm gonna give 2 buffs to Bag. Foresight.
Oh, I love that one.
You get Foresight and 9th level Heroism.
Oh.
Damn. Yeah, I'll do fly and then fleet step on myself.
If
Alright,
we're in initiative,
let's go again.
I'll go into my stance.
But stay, I mean, that's like, you're the most important. Stay between us for now. You know, we gotta get you to that, okay? And then I guess we like fully break you out into more of a sprint, right, when everything's been cast.
Yeah, Long is, for his part, certainly has some buffs to cast.
I mean, I'm gonna click this so I remember, but it's like a 24-hour thing, so I have
That he is fundamentally a bard.
Oh.
But I don't want to get like too crazy. I don't think it's going to matter too much anyway. So
What?
Well, I think it's gonna be pretty quick. That they get into place and do the thing.
Oh yeah, maybe.
he where's that one that like gives everyone a bunch of temp HP? like the one that like makes everyone believe they're gonna fuck shit up.
Oh,
yeah,
zealous
like that.
conviction.
Zealous conviction. Is that a cult that I need to find? Yeah, zealous conviction. Here we go. 6th level occult. Yeah, definitely would cast 9th level zealous conviction.
Ooh. What's that do?
What is that?
Yeah.
Bypass types and rational mind and sitting with unshakable conviction and zeal. 18 temp HP plus 3 status bonus to will saves against mental effects. And if they tell you to do something, they must comply with the request, or you can attempt a blah 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 to cognitive dissonance. You can basically break. There's ways to break free from it, but like he zealously convicts you, to do something to,
You cannot tell us
it's
to fucking do
a
something.
big deal to But no, he doesn't. He says now is the moment. We must strike at the gates, and we must strike hard and fast before they can do anything. There's no greater task in this world.
Sorcerer is far too sprinting.
Okay.
I fly.
I think back and I was just like charging this boy like, "Roar."
Yeah.
Leon, you feel the the presence, not the touch, but you feel like the presence and aura of Sarnia in this moment begin to
But he said he was going to retire.
to burn like through you and stronger. Especially if your weapon, you feel grow even like it's burning with like powerful elemental forces. But even as you hold it, you sense that the energy that is coursing through it for this battle is simultaneously like consuming the weapon itself. Like this
Ooh.
is. Like as you had kind of sworn, this is, and it leaves you the brief moment of like, I'm gonna have to find something else while I'm inside hell. For this task, it seems to be, this is the sun has granted your sort of has respected your promise that this is what her journey with you has been for, and so, like simultaneously you see the eyes of your faithful companion Claudia burning with like the same elemental energy.
She's gonna.
Oh no!
And you don't think she's being consumed, but you do sense that this might be
The
the
last we see
last
her.
time you see that this might be the last time we fight side by side with Claudia, at least.
Okay,
But,
I say
you still have your
in
shield.
perfect Sylvan, I say thank you, my dear friend, and then I'll wholly accept the fury, the animalistic rage, and head forth.
Okay. Are you riding on Claudia, or are you
No,
should.
side by side, I think.
just side by side? Sure.
Like
they're
she's
both
also
huge now,
flying.
actually, right? So you can't even map to. I don't think it's not one size loud.
This is the. If you played it, which I don't think anyone here plays the PS5, right?
No.
Oh, never mind then.
Bad.
We're not rude.
It's a scene from God of War Ragnarok that was awesome.
Makes sense.
No, I'm waiting for that to come out on PC, and it will one day.
Ah man,
Soon, yeah.
I sure hope so because I'd love to play through it again.
So you guys push forwards, emboldened by your empowerment. Leon and Beck striding at the fore. Followed immediately behind by not immediately behind, but several paces back by Longears and Moonsong and Asic together, sort of bringing the various like buffs that they bring and the spell casting and casting the lights and the various detections and stuff, and stalking along invisibly at the back and probably just off to the side. Bromwalk is sort of easily keeping pace with the party, I'd imagine. Are you flying?
I'm technically flying, and I'm probably just above actually Beck and.
So you're like you're
Leon.
You're just so you're aware, you're because of the concealed, because of like the thickness of the air, like you're not really going to be able to be undetected invisibly in this, because your presence is kind of like the movement of the smoke around your invisible body from like not from like miles away, but from like a certain distance. It's kind of like makes it clear where you are at any. There's like a hole in the air where there should be like smoke and stuff. You will get the full you'll get the full benefits from being unseen, and therefore like DC 11 flat checks and target and all that stuff. But once someone is relevant to combat range close, you're not really going to be able, like they'll automatically know that your presence is there. as you press forward, and it's not long before the first wave of devils that you saw storming across the sort of the volcanic tundra towards you breaks upon the party, coordinated with like a simultaneous attack of like flying devils dive bombing kind of like out of the skies and trying to like harass the party members at the back at the same time. There's no particular challenge to this first encounter. You guys are fighting on, sort of like the best form you ever have in your life. To Beck and Leon at the front as like the sort of the first wave of devils, many of which are like as large as you guys, almost even in your like enlarged states, begin to like move through you. It's almost not comical, but because there would be nothing comical about the situation, but childlike. Their like attempts to like rain blows and land down upon you. Like, one of the moments it's more to like spit fire, and Leon's shield was like, was already in the way to block it for both of you. Like, almost before the devil had even finished thinking that was what the actions that he wanted to take. None of them really survived more than a couple of like swift slashes. You're ruthlessly efficient pushing through them with all of the power and so on flowing through your weapon. Meanwhile, further back, Moonsong, you and Asik have plenty of ample warning, seeing these these dive bombing creatures coming towards you. Made even easier to deal with as Long Ears cast something, and a ripple of energy passes like through the air above, and suddenly all of the creatures approaching through the air are moving as though. As if the air had suddenly thickened. Although you don't feel anything, it's like it's suddenly become difficult terrain to all of them as they're approaching out to like sort of 60 feet or so as they make their final approaches. And you guys sort of like let loose with hurled files that explode in the midst of a group of devils, scattering shrapnel through their wings and sending them careening down to the crust below, or like just great cones or blasts of divine energy summoned by Moonsong that like momentarily tear through the sort of like the hellish landscape, so that after like the pillar of divine flame is left for a second, like there's a patch in the air where even all of the like the pumice and the smoke and everything, and it's like a 20-foot wide burst and like a 100-foot tall cone, or column or something. So there's like huge column of basically like fresh air is left there for a second, with only the vaporizing remains of like several flying demons that were caught in the blast, devils rather, sort of trickling down below. It's all over in only a few moments. You've been fighting for, well, I say a few moments. You've been fighting for sort of like less than half a minute when the first wave, backs off to, or is so sufficiently defeated that either backs off to regroup or is completely decimated in the ground. And you guys take advantage of the brief respite to close some more distance. At this point, as you're closing past the first encounter, it's just about time for where you can see like the mass of this enormous shimmering gateway ahead of you through the smoke and the clouds and stuff in the air, without needing the illumination of a red bolt of lightning to show it to you. And it is, you maybe overestimated slightly earlier because the distance was hard to judge, but I mean that like half a mile, I think, high is probably what we're talking here. So many thousands of feet, and the width across at the base is at least sort of like 1,500 feet. So it's it's a huge thing. Many devils could theoretically like be coming through here at the same time. And indeed, like as you can now see it, like there is like a consistent stream of both like forces on the ground. I mean, not like literally like a thick unit of like an army charging through constantly, but like as you're watching, every few seconds you see a black speck appear as a new thing like flies through and it materializes in the material plane against the shimmering background, and you can see kind of more or less constant movement at the base. It's also at this point that you guys can see that it is sitting on a base, that it's not completely flat on the ground, that it itself is like sitting on like a massively wide stone structure, the whole thing making almost something the sort of the size of a huge castle together. And that itself, like when you sort of have the brief respite as you're pushing forwards to kind of like take it in, is going to be no like small feat to get on top of. It's probably like a 200-foot climb to get on top of like just the base on which the gate is set. It looks small relative to the size of the thing, but like there's a long way to go. You're not 100% sure yet, like how people do get up and down that. That's still like a little unclear at this distance, where there's like stairs, or people like teleport, or they just hope to fly, or take a slide, or like whatever. But yeah, you guys continue pressing forwards grimly as the second wave of devils, this time a larger wave, descends upon you. The challenge is not significantly increased, although they do impede you for almost a minute longer than the first ones did. Yeah, it takes a while going through them. I mean, they are really like, you have to properly shatter their ranks, like sort of like 10 or 20% remaining before like they actually sort of push off and give up and realize that they're not delaying you. Like, you know, significantly more than they want to. But as yet, no one has like really sustained like a significant wound. You know, like there's like certainly like flame breaths have washed over you that you know definitely avoided and stuff. So people are scorched, people are sweaty, people are, you know, so dirty and grimy from combat. But yeah, otherwise, it seems to hold true. And like as that second group is dispatched, you even hear Long-Ear's comment to himself, as he says, I was right to have judged your strength greater than that of which I knew. This is almost trivial.
Let's talk him more about it. Spells on it out.
Yeah, so he did even pause. He is certainly professional enough to know that. So yeah, he continues like hustling forwards with everyone. Is there like a like a composition cantrip that gives movement speed or something? I haven't looked like.
I've got item bonus and standard bonus, so I don't think I'm getting any faster.
But like, I'm sure there's other people who might potentially. I don't know. Is that a composition cantrip?
Anyone trying to get on my fucking back? Okay, I'm huge.
If,
I got a big carrying capacity.
Well, technically, if people are within an aura, I can like give them like
yeah, you can give your free
interactions
strides and stuff.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so he's hustling people along anyway. It's as you're approaching the base of this, or getting close to this platform, and it itself becomes, although the base of it all, it becomes clearer. You can see that there are enormous, like counterweight driven lifts that, like themselves, like each one are sort of like the size, you know, probably a platform the size of a small ship. That they get hauled up and down the side of these things, you know, counterweighted, and so forth.
Have they built any other like fortifications or like buildings like on this side of the portal as well? Or?
There are some that like they built some fortifications, although like very hastily. It seems like the fortifications that are here seem like honestly they were built in like the last day. Like this is what they've done in response to you know, the fact that and they're not really facing in the correct direction either. Like it's you know, they didn't anticipate necessarily this plan of attack clearly, or like, you know, they thought that if this was the plan of attack, there was only limited things they could do to be ready, and so you're not sure what you read into it, but there's that kind of thing. So there's some, but no, it doesn't look like they like had a history of like building, you know, structures or anything out here. It just looks like the gate. And as you are running towards this, like one of these things, these enormous platforms, is like just descended to the ground in front of you, and the next group of enormous, like these ones are all huge, like devils wielding, you know, like wicked looking, you know, weapons and stuff. Some of them you'd recognize as just like advanced forms, like Barb's devils and stuff. They're just like it's a whole hodgepodge. All sorts of devils and stuff are coming at you here, but like they're getting bigger and meaner and throwing more and more at you as they prepare bigger groups as you get close. Yeah, this one does like cause not like you never like feel like you're about to lose, but it certainly slows you down to the point where like even at moments like they do like a thing that creates like an AoE effect on the ground that like drives you guys back away from the area for a bit. So you have to like, you know, stand out of the fire, wait for it, you know, someone to find a way to counter it, or for like they definitely slow you down much more than anyone has so far. And what's more, they managed to do it without like losing too many, like without losing too many of their number as rapidly. They're like clearly they're much more tactical than the others have been. They were really just kind of like throwing themselves at you. But whereas these ones kind of they hold a formation, they create shield walls, they block your path, they push you back, they one steps forwards to hold the place and hold the line, prevent a breakthrough when another one has gone down. They're clearly like grimly fighting to their own destruction. Like it's the outcome was clear all along. But as the last ones are sort of like falling, and you're slowly driving the remnant backwards, inch by inch, like the purpose of their delay becomes evident. As one by one, you see that the platforms that can raise and lower from the thing, like they've come to the ground level. Their counterweights are at the highest level, and then the counterweights, like whether someone smashed them or whatever, like all fall from like their chains, and cool. They basically destroyed the operability of the lifts, or at least the counterweight mechanism for getting them up and down. Getting up and down without flying is going to be tricky at this point.
How long
Yes.
has that since we cut spells and stuff at the beginning?
Since you initially buffed, given the fights on Travertine, only 5 minutes or so. So really short, like 1 minute duration buffs and stuff would have run out.
You gotta let me just have this in level 9 at some point, though. Please. I will. I'm pretty sure, like, I would just try basically jumping up. I think in one turn I can basically jump like 120 feet up, and then just try to rest my full by like grabbing hold of like some like the rocky outside, and then just next turn to jump up again.
Just dig your fingers into the stone. And
Okay, as you're considering this, Beck.
Mm-hmm.
As you're considering this, you're sort of thinking, how high could I jump? What could I grab onto? You reckon that the handholds don't look great on the wall, but you reckon you could jump high enough to grab the bottom of the chain that the counterweight was previously dangling on.
Okay.
And if you, obviously, like, you'd be pulling your own weight up, but if you could, like, get a hold of that and affix yourself to the platform in some way, hold your feet down, or like tuck them under something, it's theoretically possible with enough athletics that you could haul the entire platform up the side of this thing.
Oh man, this is as the largest ending, to be honest. It's large like 5 minutes, so basically this is like, the last thing I can do while being huge kind of thing,
Yeah.
It's like fully about to end.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want to shout at the others to like get on one of the lifts and then just like, climb myself up to like basically, or any of them who can't fly, fucking, I don't know, maybe everyone can fly anyway. But yeah, I'll yell at them to do that, and then sure, give that a shot.
So just really for the narrative here, who is flying around and defending the lift, and who is like getting on? Who needs to like get on it? And long as gets on it, not that he can't fly, but for the moment he goes with that being his plan, the center of the party.
I think everybody can fly, but
I do
everyone can fly.
I do have the winged rune on my armor, so I could just activate my armor and fly up as well. It's not like impossible.
Yeah, I guess theoretically we could just have ASIC go tinier, or even like I guess you could just technically just jump on your back if you have the winged rune, right?
Here's the thing about flying that you guys judge, I think, based on the situation that you've faced so far, is it's a bit of a way up, so a couple of turns worth of flying. You would be worried, given like the number of flying devils around, that like they're really struggling to like hit you like consistently with attacks that deal enough damage to get through resistances and blah blah. But like if you just flew, they might like be able to overwhelm. Just like if 10 of them just grapple you at the same time and just like drag you out of the sky, like it'd be. You're like, as you can see flying up, you just kind of think that the situation might be like disadvantageous. Like some of you would get up, but like a straggler would be at serious risk of just being overwhelmed in that situation. You wouldn't be able to keep as like closely together and protect each other as well as you can.
Suggest anyone who like, if I'm able to do it, why not put everyone except for
yeah. I do like the possibility of an elevator level.
Okay, yeah. So like Beck, you managed to like haul the chain back down, and like basically like you kick your boots under a couple of studs, like along one of the metal bands at the end of the platform. So like you're not just hauling your own body weight up, and then you just begin dragging on this chain. So go ahead and give me an athletics check. I'm just interested to see how successful this goes.
3 more on this from heroism. So
3 more on this from heroism.
Alright, so 30, 49?
Classic 10. 49. Wow, it's a lot. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, just hand over hand, huge Beck just starts pulling and pulling, and you guys are just rattling higher and higher off the ground. Meanwhile, like a lot of other people don't have time to even like take in what's happening because a sizable portion of the devils that you were just fighting, like you hadn't defeated, you just pushed them back, and they've like ended up on this with you because like this is what they originally came down on to attack you. So you just like, forced them back. So now, yeah, Beck, you're like pulling up quite a bit of extra weight. As you're defeating them one by one, Leon, you're like kicking them off the side. So like,
Yeah,
sort of just the way
this is
that-
Sparta ones.
Yeah, there's a lot of this is Sparta.
it's like-
Yep.
yeah, exactly.
Appreciate it.
But yeah, like you're cleaning those up. The air is like thick. I mean, you're so close to the gate now. Like those that are flying through are just more or less immediately dive bombing, like down towards you. Long as this aura that was like creating, or whatever spell he had that was creating difficult terrain seems to have, like, you know, it seems to have passed. It's no longer as effective. So like, Bromok, you're doing a great job of keeping them distracted. Like, you know, those in the air are not able to just like fully focus on coordinating their attacks on the platform because there's like just an invisible person just flying around taking shots at a ridiculous pace, you know, picking them out of the sky. Like they're falling. But everyone is pretty exposed moving up. And it gets worse when, like, as you get like sort of about halfway up, within 100 feet or so of the top, more devils just like start hurling themselves down off the top and just like taking the fall damage and landing on like the platform, which of course doesn't make hauling it up any easier. But like also is adding more foes for like Leon to have to fight. And despite like Asik and Moonsong, you know, just like it's basically Asik and Moonsong are consistently just like dealing with things as they're approaching. Once things are gonna get into like the combat range, Leon is taking them on, and previously was Beck, as well. But then you guys are just like sort of thinning the numbers, like hurling flasks of slowing or of acid or of grease or whatever, or just, you know, casting spells that create bright lights and stun or like burn away like unholy devils and all these things. You know, slowing down the approach. But as like you're about halfway up, more and more of them are hurtling down. More and more of them are like flying out of the sky. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, as they're like coming from above, I do want to do like the shield like 90 degrees and just like have the beam like shoot out and it go.
Okay. Yeah. So like yeah, it's really tense because you are basically the melee combatant at this point, Leon. So like it's really hard for you to find the moment for like actions for that kind of thing. So there's like this really tense moment. You're about halfway up. Leon is like is struggling to keep up with the number of devils on the platform, and just like every moment it's like, you know, every one he seems to kill and kick off, like another two are jumping down and landing. It's just getting, you know, it's getting tense. And yeah, Leon, you manage to like just find just the moment, like at the briefest respite, where you have a couple of actions to light up your shield, like face it at the sky, and just like stun everything above. And it buys like the perfect time that Beck needs to sort of like overcome like the persistent aerial harassment, as like these sort of stunned creatures sort of like falling all apart. It allows Moonsong and Asik to like focus much more on assisting you, because they're not like trying to sort of crowd control and thin the skies so much, and blast them. Like immediately as soon as you finish that, like a devil is coming up to fucking run a spear through you as your shield's like facing upwards, and like, you know, immediately like a pair of flasks just like explode on either side of you. The splash misses both of you, but like both of the cones, you know, like wash over this thing, and yeah, sort of like, yeah, radiant energy or what, I don't know if there's even a radiant flask, but Asik seems to have found one. Holy water, of course, that's what it is. Like really fucking potent holy water. Yeah, just like dissolves this thing away.
It's extra.
I mean,
extra
it's still
holy water.
nobody has got spare actions, but you have the respite that is needed for Beck to like, you know, ignore, stop waving things away, stop like resisting grapple attempts and stuff enough to like continue hauling upwards. And yeah, after again, it's like you get to the top, Beck, and you can feel the 5 minute buff. You can feel the enlarge like running out, and like with the last of your strength and the size, you jam the chain like under its own mechanism, so the thing is stuck here. It's not gonna like just like free fall back down as soon as you.
What I was actually hope is if Beck is able to. I mean, I don't know if I can really tell her. I mean, I don't really, you know, so a couple of feet.
No, sure.
I kind of almost want to be like, when I think they're off it, I want to like unlodge it and just like let it fall and like go up with the chain. So you know, like, so when the
Sure.
like,
I've got it. I've got it. So
If it's possible.
yeah, it's slightly. Okay, here's basically what you have to do, and it's slightly tricky. But it's you like hold it at the top. He's everyone off, and they all get off. Then you let it go, and you're gonna have to basically on the way down grab an edge on the chain as it rattles past you to like get hauled back up as the thing like falls out from underneath you, and then you're gonna like sort of land up next to everyone at the top.
Beautiful.
Okay, so I mean, Leon, it's not an easy case of just stepping off. It is very much a way of battling your way off, of pushing back. Leon managed to prepare. He saw the top coming. He prepared another flash from his shield, and right as you sort of came over the ledge, stunned all of the devils that were waiting, so that everyone could kind of push through. But everyone is kind of battling right on the ledge when, behind you guys, without having noticed Beck stepping off, you just hear the thing begin rattling, and you see Beck disappearing momentarily, downwards. As it crashes down towards below, and then Beck, give me a reflex save to grab a bit of chain as it hurtles past.
Reflex save. I mean, +3 for the heroism, so That was a 45.
Ooh, yeah, no worries. Yeah, you just cool as a cucumber. Jackson style, hurtle off into the sky. As I mean, the mass of this thing, but it wasn't made of cold iron. Lights on a bunch. No, but it's seriously there was birds were flying up below that get swatted on the way down. There were those that were below trying to get onto other ones so they could repair them and climb back. They get crushed as they were in the bottom. It does a fair bit.
Nice.
Leon, you're almost having stunned your way on. You're as a solo meeting about it, almost getting sort of overwhelmed at the top, and Beck lands next to you out of almost sort of deftly on his feet. Begins carving his way through, and this is it. You guys can see the distance to the gates is no more than 500 feet. It's there. You can taste it. There's a lot between you and there, and it's going to be an absolute meat grinder to push the end of it. But the destination is in sight. Does anyone have make a comment or have anything they want to do? Cast in the situation? Any last minute betrayals?
Hey.
Hand of vacuumness at a moment,
We all look at long ears it's good. But no, thanks.
We're all drenched in sweat and devil blood, and so I'll make a moment to look at Essex and say see you on the other side, buddy. See you on the other side.
Okay. And step by step, inch by inch, you guys collectively advance towards the gate. Really, at this point, it is Leon and Beck maintaining a circle of space in the middle of which Asik and Moonsong and Longears are sort of striding. Casting frantically, largely down to cantrips at this point. With maybe occasionally the last couple of things held in reserve here and there. Just absolutely, on the very edge of being overwhelmed by the forces. Just as the power of Sarnia is flowing through Leon, and the spear is burning away every devil it comes into contact with. Moonsong, you don't quite have as direct of a encouragement from the black butterfly, but you can sense her will. It's not it's not a numerical state she's giving you more damage or whatever, but there's a strong aspect of her will is driving you towards this, even though as you sort of recall from your deal with her, this isn't really anything to do with her. Deal was sort of always you finish this and then but in this moment you feel her sort of faith and confidence in you, driving you forwards. And and as for Asik, you barely have had time to sort of come to terms with what's about to happen. I mean, that was all sort of taken care of days ago, but in this moment you are just filling it and reaching for and throwing files and thinking what the most useful one in a situation is, and handing out consumables to the party as fast as your hands can move, without falling behind. And you are occasionally in danger of falling behind. The others are obviously very respectful and careful with you, but with your stature and small legs and everyone sort of like so intensely focused, you do occasionally have to sort of like run and skip to keep up. But the gap closes, inch by inch. It goes from 500 feet at the top of this lift, risking being pushed off the stand and off the base and back out into the beyond, and then 450.
As we're pushing, all of this, we shout out like, "So far, I've only seen them with their tails between their legs. Let's see what they're like inside their home."
And then 400. And then 350.
Oh, blood just like coming. It's like,
300. At this point, as you're growing close, what can only be described as a cloud of devils emerges from flying devils emerges from the gates. This enormous shivering field that's now filling most of the field of view in front of you. At first, sort of a moment of despair it fills your hearts, and then you realize that no, actually, they're mostly. There's many imps mixed amongst them. There's many Erinyas and low. It's it really seems to be like a last ditch. Like just everyone go.
They're sending out for imps.
It reads desperation.
I just realized this is like the ultimate. If I can find spots where I can like get some cover within the group and just like launch these, I can just take out groups of
That's
them at a time. Just
I was gonna say I can activate like the winged rune and go up and like whirlwind strike and shit.
Yeah,
exactly.
Bromox just like kind of faces a direction, and then for a few seconds the sky is clear there, and then suddenly you have to face a different direction, and the sky is clear there for a second. But yeah, it's it's crazy. It's like I don't remember seeing him pack that many arrows.
Yeah, it's like I'm gonna say. Jesus
I had every arrow I have on hand right now.
The going is slower, but not significantly hampered by the overwhelming new wave of weaker demons. As you approach 250 feet, then it's only 200 feet away. Bromok's in range of shooting accurately at the devils just as they're coming out of the gate.
I already had that.
Oh yeah.
Because technically, as long as my first
yeah.
action every round is to hunt prey, it's for free.
Yeah, that's right.
Then I could it's double.
So yeah, I mean it's the kind of distance you guys could sort of always sprinting around.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Preparing for that like moment when when the correct time is just to break for it, just to blast open a stun with Leon's shield and just like stop making attack actions, just make stride action, just like get there, get in position. And it's coming closer and closer. You're 180 feet away. You're 160 feet away. You're 140 feet away. And now, really, like it is half of the world is this shimmering field, and you don't see into hell beyond it. It is like looking beyond, like underwater and out to the land beyond, but still, it's like at an increasingly prodigious rate. Devils just pouring through, but not to no avail. They're unable to stop you guys as you approach 140, 120, and at 100. Leon, you are you light up your shield in preparation, and you hear just for a moment long as calls you wait. You just hold for the slightest second as he casts a spell, and you don't know exactly. You've never seen anyone else interact with your shield in any way before, but you feel a surge of greater energy, and like the light basically glows even brighter for that moment. And you unleash it in what would typically have been have stunned in a smaller area, like completely like knocks prone, and completely stuns and like for at least a full round every devil between you guys and the gate, and Long Ears calls now.
Go!
And everyone,
as if your lives depend on it.
Everyone charges. Past it. I mean, the devils around you, they're waving off their stuns, they're getting up, they're swinging those of them that have attacks of opportunity. Poisonous tails are stabbing, wings are slashing through the air, they're chasing after you. Those in front are getting up, trying to grapple you, but it's all too little too late as you guys have blasted down those in the way, closed the gap in an instant. And this is the moment where decisions have to be made. Asik, I assume you are, as you have covered the last distance, you're sort of like getting the full kit out and ready. getting the getting it ready for its final, its final moments.
Final countdown.
Long Ears pushes ahead, taking maybe a couple of wounds from devils. He ignores, he runs past as he pushes through, and becomes as he moves through. And now you guys are this close, you can see that he becomes, as he moves through, he becomes very rapidly a distinct hazy shape, such that just standing in an adjacent square on the opposite side, he's barely visible as an outline if you were any further away, but you can still sort of make out his presence, and you see him sort of getting in position, preparing to interact.
Is that a spell that I'm
machine.
familiar with?
It's not a spell. It's just the way the portal seems to work. It's you can see
okay.
people just barely through it, but not much further past.
Yeah.
I kind of
under the space.
raise a bit closed fist to Asik, in a bit, and then just spin through.
Yeah.
And Leon, I assume you follow.
I'll wait to see what the other two do.
Okay.
Well, you probably won't
hesitate for
see
a split
Bramok
second.
because he's invisible.
Well, yeah, but
what do you do then?
Yeah. Oh, I definitely go through.
You go through?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yeah. He yells back to Asik in whether he hears this or not. He just says, "I'm sorry."
Mutsu?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, final nod, and I'll also go through.
Okay. Asik. Your companions all push through. There's mere moments, hundreds, thousands of devils are now behind you, all of them rushing, all of them desperately moving to try and stop what's about to happen. You see on the inside the indistinct form of your friends. Standing beside the one you recognize to be Euclid Longears, crouched down, ready to interact with his side of the extractor. It's the nuclear launch thing. You need to turn 2 keys, and you need 2 people to do it. You don't really have a moment to think, and yet you have a moment to think. So yeah, what do you? Do you hesitate? What does Asik do in this moment?
He's, sad but decisive. He just goes for it. I don't know if I can see him. I guess he gave affirmative but a sad note to anybody who said bye.
Okay. And yeah, it's almost eerie how it's like watching an enormous bubble pop. You know how you can see the sort of the wave pass through it. As it not like a small, but so you see from the edges of the portal as soon as you twist. It's not really much dramatic. It's a vroom, as the integrity begins to collapse inwards to a point high above your head, half a mile up, or a quarter of a mile up. But yeah, in less than a second, the whole thing just, and you are just standing between a pair of enormous stone pillars, just looking out across, across the hellscape, and all around you, both coming from that direction in front of you and scrambling behind you, are angry devils who, as they see this happen, let loose a collective cry of rage and pain and anger and disbelief. But they certainly don't seem any less likely to try and kill you now. What is your plan? What do you immediately attempt to do? You don't really have time to think. Your philosopher extractor has just disappeared. It was there and it was gone in a flash for the whole thing. You don't even know really where its energy went or saw how it was faster than you were expecting and much less dramatic.
Okay, I would turn into a tiny rat immediately. And
okay.
Whatever direction is least populated.
Okay, you just want to get the heck out of there in the confusion. Okay, give me a stealth check. Then, and you can do this one publicly because the results are certainly going to be known pretty swiftly.
Got some power points there. Ooh, it's pretty nice.
Yeah. Whether they don't anticipate that you transformed and they think you've teleported, or they're just completely, in disorder, been cut off from their commander's order, whatever. In the utter confusion. Yeah, you managed to adopt a tiny rat form and slip away in the chaos. Still devils everywhere, but you find your way to the edge of the large 200-foot high stand at the whole gates of hell have been resting on. Yeah.
Yeah, then I don't have it in my sheet, but I would want to use Dimension Door to get down. I don't have spellcasting ready at all, so
No, that's cool. That's cool. You can, yeah, you can't do it in tiny rat form, I think, obviously.
no,
but you gotta,
obviously,
you teleport down and begin to sort of like slink away again amidst the chaos and confusion. And a couple of minutes after you've been slinking away, you don't so much hear the initial as like feel something in the air as you turn behind and see one of the like enormous half-mile high stone columns like slowly teeter and fall and like crash into the other one and then bring it over with it, and like they both sort of like tumble and fall to pieces across as they like dash themselves across the ground, both reaching much further than the edge of the platform on which they were stated. So they crash into thousands of pieces.
No,
I feel like that would, I don't, until then, just like focus on the thing, but that would like, get me out of it for a second.
Yeah, like I mean, you certainly feel the ground shake as the thousands and hundreds of thousands of tons of stone comes crashing down, like not that near you, but in your general vicinity. Like you feel a bit of an earthquake happen.
And I guess like the crafter in me almost impressed by the size of it, like going down, like seeing the destruction. Take the few seconds before realizing that I still need to get further and just continue going away from the blast area, I guess, or the X portal.
Okay. Everyone else. It's a slightly different perspective, obviously. I mean, again, everything equally rushed. Same, barely any time for hesitation. You all just barrel through the portal after Long Ears. He turns around, crouches down, puts his hand on a thing, twists a thing, or interact or whatever, and boom, that's it. There's barely seconds between you stepping through the portal and suddenly you're there. Although the hum behind is of secondary kind of notice to you immediately as you take in what is before you. You stepped out onto a very similar looking contraption portal on this side, except rather than thousands of miles of wastes and whatever in every direction, you are in an unfathomably enormous cavern. And before you is a road. And I say a road. It's called a road because it's long and thin, but in this case, the thinness is the width of the portal, about 1,000 feet. So it's just really fucking long. It's like it only looks thin because by relative measures. Off to the distance, swarming all over the sky and the ground with devils that have been rushing forwards. And at the far end of the cavern, you see the shape of an enormous city. That you know can only be Pandemonium, the capital of Hell, for which New Pandemonium was named by Xavier, perhaps optimistically and perhaps arrogantly. And as the group of you stand there, preparing to face what may come, having changed history. We made the sacrifice with Long Ears. We will
The sacrifice play, we don't know.
draw to a close there and discuss all that happens as a result of decisions that have been made. So
this is where like the credits are going, and it says like these two people did this off in the future, like at the end of the Great British Baking Show.
Wait, that's not
the end of the Great British Baking Show. I'm missing out on this. It's got end credits.
Have you guys all watched that? Come on.
Yeah.
You will be devastated to know that you never see any of your companions again.
What?
You wait and you hope, but you never see them return. You, however, are the one who is in a position to watch mournfully, perhaps, what happens, or with a heavy heart, what happens as a result of the actions here today. For not only was the world shut off from a great source of evil when the gates of hell was closed, but so was it shut off from a great power of order and the force of lawfulness. And so in but a few short months, and less even than a year after the gates have fallen, what was once Atlas and then the infernal material dominion has descended into total anarchy. It effectively reverts back to what it was in the time before Atlas, and the time when the world was that wild and chaotic, as it essentially was, as has been all this time in the beyond. Some might sense that this was a loss. There are others who argue that the order that was arranged and imposed upon the world by a group of arrogant gods should never have existed in the first place, and always stood against the natural way of things. Time, I suppose, is the only way that the truth of that can be known. But certainly the age of kings, of nation states, of centralized governments, of cities and towns that traded with other cities
Greenwood?
and towns. Greenwood, I mean, Northwood was perhaps the least affected in the first place, and maybe has the least reversion to do. But even there, the elves, become more secluded, become more of their own society within their forest. Become more concerned with the issues of the woods, as as the lack of order means that more dangerous beasts and other such things are on the roaming. They perhaps of the races are the most comfortable with everything as it happens. What ASIC feels about the impact that his actions have had on the world, I guess only Ada could tell us. But it certainly was. It's a decision that people look back on with complication, except for the fact that obviously in general admitted chaos of the world afterwards, recorded history essentially kind of stops existing in the same really rigorous way. It all stories like that descend back into legend and folklore until eventually, probably after ASIC has in fact passed. There are people who don't even remember that the world ever was the way it was. And
we never
beyond
returned?
that, it is because as has previously been established, being trapped in hell can do
Hell time dilation.
dangerous things for your sense of time. It is, alas, not for some 500 years
Oh shit.
that the group of you do eventually find your way back. And I'm not gonna give like an exact accounting of how that was achieved, but you do all survive, including Long Ears. And for you guys, not 500 years has passed. However, a full year has. It's not a quick process to get out. There's hell adventures.
Oh yeah.
Hella adventures.
But yeah. There we go. Sorry, I know that people are probably expecting a final fight. I did sort of have something planned, but honestly,
It's so hard.
it was not that satisfying.
Yeah.
And B, the session ran out of time, so I decided not to use it. I was just like, oh, that's fucking.
That's fair.
I get it. Like honestly, you have
The big man just drag on groups of demons one by one. But I was like, man, this is fucking like.
We fought Xavier, right? I mean, that's...
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
So
this was the epilogue.
So
You can't find the epilogue. If you lose, it's like, oh.
now let me.
I mean, did we lose though? That's the thing.
No, we didn't. But
No,
we
I
don't
don't
see
think
it
we lost.
either. We don't see us.
Oh,
We get
yeah,
out.
No.
that's-
When we get out, I go off pretty
No,
soon. I see,
We
I see.
promise.
can we
we
have, like-
promise.
I know.
We were like
Like,
2 days later. Oh, 2 days.
You know, sometimes a decision to cast yourself into hell has to have a consequence. You know,
of course. Yeah.
So bittersweet.
you'd hope that you just be able to sort of like turn it around and get out in a few
But
days.
us
Yeah, yeah.
making long ears teach. Oh, but then long ears can't even
And yeah.
teach himself in the future, right? Because he's...
Well, so yeah, I mean, history changes, and who knows what exactly
Good
what
stuff.
exactly
Good
goes
stuff.
down, or
Good
if
stuff.
Long is ever sent back, or what happens to Raistlin.
Next week we hang
Just-
out.
maybe I'll
Next week,
think about these things and decide. But just
next
for
week,
anyone who wants to
we
keep
just in a
track,
bar, all 5 of us, you know, chilling. having
this
some
is
beers.
the timeline of events. I know some people
Oh my
try
God.
to keep track of when things happened and like get their heads around things. Obviously, post 1047, it is not. I guess it's funny. Presence is before the rebellion now because that's when I wrote out this timeline. But yeah,
Hmm.
oh, yeah, and it also technically passed into the New Year's when you guys closed the gates.
Happy New Year, guys.
Just got decided ages ago when that happened in 1048, and I think it was actually kind of so late snow. Maybe it was like late summer, but whatever. It just happened that way.
So now,
Minus 5.
technically, well, no, there wouldn't. Oh, ooh, we don't know. I was like, is there 2?
No, no one
Euclid
can
long
predict
years?
what happens next.
No,
No,
yeah.
there never was 2 Euclid long years. However,
No.
Raistlin-
I'm saying, would there be when we come back?
Oh, right.
Because technically, he would be still probably born in 1080.
Well, it depends if if he was sent back in time in 1103, or if that never happened. It's all
Right.
dependent.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Black Eagles are on to erupt?
Oh, yeah,
What?
wait, what's that? Jacob?
I didn't know that. Black Black is the
Oh,
beginning
yeah. I
Oh,
like
you don't know, that was definitely in the
I may have forgotten what-
the Dominion chat at some point.
That was fucky, yeah.
Oh my god, the betrayals.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and it was at the time. I was like pleased in the sense because no one would ever have like intuited that it happened because like obviously you were getting your heads around the time things, but even if you suspected Flacky's betrayal, to imagine that like he had then like he'd been corrupted, spent time being corrupted, done like bad things, and then gone back, and then you guys would come out would have been like a really hard thing to get your sort of heads around. So it was all very. But yeah, it was while you guys were trapped in, while you guys were just like going through a time dilation. Flaky was captured, tortured, turned into a Hell Knight, sent on a mission to erupt Oro. You know, like the whole thing happened, and then yeah, but he was long corrupted when
Yeah.
you guys came out of Hell. Even though in your minds you'd only just seen him die.
Insanity.
No mention of Mafurla or Chocofo.
We did it.
Insanity.
Is this?
Yeah, and I'm genuinely glad. I'm genuinely glad that you guys found like an interesting and kind of new, like that you guys basically all went to, or not all, but like went to decided to go into Hell. I mean, I'm sad for Asik. I'm very sad for Asik, but
Right.
like that, you know, I was really interested to know in the end were you guys going to like heed Long Ears' warnings and his desire to like stick on the historical path because he had this like such strong. Not, but just basically because of the way he'd been trained and the fact that it sunk cost fallacy that like he had to that this was
Right.
the only way that things could play out, and if you guys were going to like believe in that or try and do something different, and in the end you did, but not too different. You didn't choose not to close the gates of Hell, which
Thought about fighting for that,
if
but
anyone hadn't put the sort of 2 and 2 together, the thing that Long Ears wasn't telling you was the consequence in the future that he knew that the country would fall apart as a result of like a general like disordering influence in the world. Just a shift on the plane level, which as you guys the original players will probably remember was like back in the first campaign was what he claimed to be concerned with was like a lack of like too much good in the world, a lack of evil. Therefore, there must be a sort of that was all obviously.
There must be a god that's
Slightly
fallen,
slightly retroactively a sham because like I decided that
he
was
knows the
genuine
whole
at the time.
time.
But
Yeah.
the time travel stuff kind of came along later, but it kind of worked in his motives. I thought
Wait.
Yeah.
his yeah.
So wait, what was?
His sort of like his obsession with the idea of like balances in the world, you know, being part.
So
of the plot.
yeah, was that the kind of the thing in the last conversation between?
Yeah, that was the
Basic
thing he
and
didn't-
longer.
yeah,
Okay.
that's the thing he wasn't telling. Was he was worried that if you guys knew that would be the consequence for the country that
We may not do it.
essentially
Yeah.
that you guys like joined the
Yeah,
resistance to
definitely
fight
would
for and
have
like try and
changed
bring
the
back.
discussion.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we level up though, right?
Easy.
Yes. Yeah, and I did. So Final Fight not satisfying. I do have a I don't know what's satisfying, but like if you guys ever want to say like we came back 500 years later and finally dealt with Sandorix. I have a Sandorix fight lined up that we can do at some point. We'll do a super epilogue at some point in the not too distant future. Well,
No, Asa Quentin soloed him.
So here's the fun, because like obviously a Ravener Husk, the original Ravener Husk is like a CR14, so you guys have like long gone past that.
Right.
So I was gonna like fly one in and like let you guys like obliterate in the first round and be like, wait, what? And then like the next round, 2 of them would be there, 2 more, and then it was gonna be like, oh, these are just like the consorts of Sandorix, like these are his like 7, and then there was gonna be like the big one that was like the CR22 or whatever, that was like the actual Ravener Husk of Sandorix. I was gonna have that was definitely like a bit of fun. I was like, man, you saw that thing when it was like 8 levels above you, level 6, and now it's like not even a trivial encounter for one of you anymore.
Insanity.
Yeah, that's cool.
Man, I like glitches of 500 years. Like, can't you make like Philosopher's Stones and shit and like live forever?
Doesn't
anymore.
have the extractor anymore.
Do you need that? You don't need that to do it.
Like,
there's
that's how you
like,
make Philosopher's Stones.
there's like a 20th level alchemist feat where you can do it. You don't need. There's another way to do it.
Okay, maybe I don't know. It's I guess that's up to maybe I spoke too soon saying Asik never saw his friends again. Maybe it's more true to say that like they don't return in a few days like you were expecting. You sort of turn up you sort of fry his dog for a little bit, whatever the name of the dog is, but yeah, they just never they never appear. But yeah, if Asik would have the desire and inclination to stay around and to keep interacting with the world and become like as immortal as an alchemist can be, then yeah, he would see his friends again one day.
I don't think he would.
Yeah, I didn't get that impression really of Asik either.
Come on, Asik.
I think he would feel very guilty and wouldn't be sure if. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I definitely think Asik has. Do you remember Ada me telling you this when we were smoking on the balcony in Cologne? That Asik was going to have I think Asik very much. I didn't know that it was specifically going to be this way with the abandonment and everything, but the big role and it is the final tragedy. Asik definitely has the most tragic position. Doesn't get to know whether or not his friend succeeded. Doesn't get to know whether or not the world was made a better place by shutting the gates of hell. It's a real I've told a real James S.A. Corey story here. It's like it comes through less in the show, but in the books, the Expanse books, one of the real strongest themes they have is that you need to be comfortable in the action you take at the time and not need to know what the ultimate basically you need to have faith that what you did was the right thing regardless of like the ultimate outcome. So the biggest example I think being Naomi never gets to know that she saved her son's life, but she does save Philip's life. But she never knows that she thinks he died on the pellet with everyone else. It's that
like a home. He knows.
Asik gets to sort of like live, with the actions and just sort of wondering were they the right thing and never knowing that they were. And who knows with regards to the world, but I guess the saddest thing is you never know your friends were successful and it was all
right. However long, whether there's alchemical things involved or not to extend his life. But with Asik's life, does Fistan Dauntless or Raceland come back?
Oh yeah, so I suppose I don't want to get super deep into because honestly, you guys, I didn't know exactly how you were going to change things, and so I haven't found out exactly what the consequences are. But yes, Raceland absolutely does become Fistan Dauntless in this time. I suppose Asik, you probably would pay enough attention to to what he does, and yeah, he does. You watch him, so maybe this is an interesting point to discuss what your reaction is to this. But you do watch Raceland become Fistan Dauntless. You do watch him recruit the young long ears at the age of 8 and begin, you watch history begin to repeat itself differently without the presence of your friends. So that's interesting. Clearly, things can change and things can stay the same. But yeah, this doesn't have to be, a gut thing you decide now, Ada. It could be, you could decide about it, fill us in the chat a bit. But how Asik would react to that. Asik might decide I want to break the cycle and try and prevent this all from happening, or what, I don't know. Yeah, you're cool, kind of.
I don't know. Asik kept the head or the CP or whatever of the Ender. I think he
Sure.
would spend, even if it took years or whatever, like trying to get it back to life, and even if he didn't, would use like rubber ducky to talk about the nature of time and stuff like that. Just wondering about what he did, about what hell, about like breaking the cycle. And I don't know
Okay,
if he
yeah.
ever manages to resurrect.
Yeah,
it, but
you
if
would
he
certainly
doesn't,
certainly within your capabilities would be. I mean, with like plenty of time for tinkering and crafting to reverse engineer the Ender robot enough to sort of like even to the point where like even you resurrect it, or even like you would be able to create an android yourself if you wanted to. I mean, you need to like source certain parts and stuff. It would be again like it wouldn't be easy, but you have the knowledge to sort of create one.
I don't even know what he would expect to get from it. It's just like searching for answers, even though it's just
Yeah,
a
it's
program that might not
maybe
be-
it's I don't know if it's a cathartic or a disappointing experience. It's very
Yeah.
it has no personality. It's very robotic. It's very it can provide it certainly fills in like a lot of mysteries, a lot of details, and it answers any questions you have because you have sort of full control over it autonomously as its master. But yeah, it's like it doesn't have a personality. There's nothing there to get to know or any. And I don't know if ASIC probably didn't know what ASIC was looking for, expecting when he did it. But yeah, that's if that was it, never finds it.
Yeah. And I think he would let Rosalind, I don't remember the name, do whatever. I think he's done
Yeah.
with both and making decisions.
I mean, I suppose like once you sort of arrive at it, or resign yourself to the fact that you're not going to see, not likely to see your companions again. Do you stay on the surface? Hold that thought 1 second. He's answered the door because Poppy's
Sure.
back. She doesn't have a key. But think about
I
it.
also needed it. So sad. I don't get to hear. Maybe it just.
Back to the Underdark.
Back to the Underdark.
No, but your family died, right?
Yeah.
Still,
Yeah, everyone got trapped in hell.
still can be home. We should just let Longius get trapped. But maybe this breaks the cycle one day.
Yeah. 500 years? No biggie.
Yeah, he can go back again, No, you gotta try.
I'm just wondering if like Fistandontos is basically King the Conqueror, creating all these alternate timelines and versions of himself.
Some multi-dimensional.
So the return to the Darklands or not?
I don't know. I don't know how
No.
long it will take. If years, decades, however long Essex lives. But if he eventually finds peace, I think he'll have a small shack by the sea. He liked the boat. Maybe he tries to build his own. Just live out his life there. Yeah.
Tries to build ASIC's like 20th level craft. ASIC's like, I just tried to build my boat and there's this fucking cruise ship.
Cappuccino, very difficult.
It's a nuclear-powered cruise ship. Who would have thought? Yeah, no.
That's
I get that.
though, if he ever finds
Sure.
peace,
I think that's pretty much what
Sure. Yeah, ASIC kind of becomes something of like almost a legendary sort of figure in the world, like a sort of some kind of like equivalent of the village witch sort of lives on a hill. People don't trust her, but like come to her for like potions or when they need, ASIC is this sort of like weird techno rat that lives in a sort of like distant hut that's hard to find, but if you do, and you can persuade him, he'll have like a gadget or whatever to solve your, it's an electric back scratcher, or like whatever. Solve your desk.
That's what you finally figured out.
My back is itchy. Please, ASIC, help. But yeah.
Yeah.
Which ASIC lives out in sort of relative solitude, surrounded by his sort of creations and those who sort of like seek out the legendary crafter rat.
What about Saji and Alandria?
That's a good question. That's kind of again for you guys. Sadly, the discussion it's a bit sort of like top down and determinist, but the discussion that was being had by the various members of the resistance to how the world should be, how the country should be run afterwards, is of little consequence in the face of the magic of the gates of hell being closed, and there's such a strong force of law, like watching, even no matter how hard anyone wanted to try to sort of hold the nation together, it collapses into anarchy, in weeks and months. So yeah, it is kind of up to Sagi and Elandria as they sort of like how they sort of feel about that, given that it does seem to be like the ultimate result of like their work, and I guess that depends on how Sagi and Elandria felt about the initial revelation about the gods of Atlas. Like to some people that was much more of a betrayal than others. For the particularly irreligious, it was never really like the most relevant thing ever. But like to some people, it was like the whole like they were proud about the nation, right? People sort of believed in it, like I don't know, like Americans believe in their kind of constitution, right? Like it's a sort of it'd be like discovering like down the line. I mean, okay, we did discover down the line the Family Fathers weren't great guys, and it was never really hidden. But you know what I mean? Like something that kind of throws the whole like status of the original founding of the nation into disrepute. For some people, that would be like super impactful, and like it would mean that there was like maybe America is just like an illegitimate state. And for some people, it would be like whatever. That's fucking who cares? We're living the lives we are now with iPods. Like give me a fucking break. So it's that kind of like how much do people care? Kind of I think will inform how people feel about like the state of the world afterwards.
Yeah, no, Elandria would definitely be a little sad about it, right? I mean, she would be happy because her end goal was really just to avenge her fallen comrades and to end the Infernal Dominion within Atlas.
Hey,
And she would have definitely been like, yeah, so in that way a success, but then also to, like, particularly because throughout her time in the Resistance, she changed her alignment from neutral good to lawful good to be more of a champion, like what was needed. That would probably hurt because that's kind of a core part of her is watching that now, that lawful side just kind of fall away from the world as a whole.
Yeah.
So it's a bittersweet for her. But she probably just goes off.
You get what you want, but not what you need.
Yeah. On her own. At some point.
Sagi
Oh,
also
Sagi-
actually wants to just like get rid of the same as
Sashi
get
can
the
finally be a
levels and get the
performer. Can finally
Yeah,
go on the road
basically.
and go do his illusion.
basically yeah, because like Sagi was very young, like he's very young, like I guess like what was 12 years, so a little bit more, but just basically would just travel around, disguised at basically all times. Just any times purpose. Just completely hiding who he is and just perform. Just go around, just perform in
Ah.
various
Sagi maybe
different
finds the most like natural fit in the new world.
theater,
Chaotic
magic,
motherfucker.
whatever, like all sorts.
Yeah. I think Sagi perhaps is like the least sort of perturbed and the most sort of because he kind of always treated the world like it was like that.
Elandria probably becomes sort of because she would be so high level powerful and stuff as well, right? Like she still want to do good, so she would just like travel throughout the lands and then even into the kind of the wild areas, but from outside of Atlas's original zones. Like she kind of would have ended up probably being in stories as a bit of a Ronin, right? Like that kind of super
Roman
like
warrior.
like there's a roaming warrior without a master type thing, or some dedicated purpose, but like just wanting to go around doing good deeds type stuff around. Never tried to like. She probably early on tried to help save or set up some form of civilization in like town, and as it slowly repeatedly fell apart, she just kind of gave up and said, "Well, I'll just do the good that I can."
Yeah, it's an interesting thought as well. Good whole it's fucking high level as fuck. I think Sagi would also just not seek out, but if he stumbles upon like grave injustice or something, he would, put on one of his disguises and try to right it, but also sometimes just do some random mischief, like both sides of the coin.
Always disguised as Elandria when doing the mischief.
Of
Of course.
Of course.
Can't let our reputation be too good.
No.
Okay, have you guys ever watched the show Avenue 5 on HBO Max?
Man, you watch a lot of
No.
shit that I never heard of.
I do. This is what I do when I'm done with work. I'm eating. I'll just throw a show on. But it has Hugh Lowry in it as like the kind of figurehead captain of a cruise ship, but in space, right? Because it's in the future. And at one point, the terrible things happen, and they decide to they have this algorithm that's going to watch all the actions of all the crew, like everyone who's on board, to decide their fate. Basically, like who are we going to save, who has to die because there's not enough food, etc., etc. Like in a very kind of funny way. So one of them decides to put on a fake Hugh Lowry mask and go around like punching everyone and like lowering his score from the algorithm over and over again. It's great.
Same energy, yeah. Like, you know, it's like everyone's like, wow, that Alandria, she saved the town from the army of ogres. It was fantastic. But then, like, the next day, she just came up behind the mayor and pulled his trousers down. Like, what was up with that? You know?
That's crazy shit that happens.
With my butter.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Well, Jesus, long campaign. I was
Yeah,
checking
It'd be crazy to play
oh, by the way-
play back for so damn long.
the first
know.
session of this campaign, of the new campaign, was the 31st of July 2020, apparently.
2.5 years.
Just into the pandemic.
Yeah, so
Wait,
right before-
this one was 2020.
2020 was
I
the
believe it.
new one, yeah.
It was the end of Armageddon one.
The Leon back one.
Jesus,
Yeah.
so I played back for 2.5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yep.
Also, thank you, Chris, for DMing.
Yeah.
And technically, Leon and Bramuk are even one whole session longer.
Right? The real OGs.
Well, then technically you had not Bramuk, but Beck like in Limbo
Yeah.
for a couple sessions. But yeah, like damn,
Mufala.
so long.
Mufala could have
Imagine if
justice
Mufasa
for-
made it. Oh my fucking
One dog person riding another dog.
The dog man with the
It's
dog.
like the elf, like fucking cool, and the fucking like Humo, like a fucking dog chewing or whatever it fucking was. Oh my god.
The dog.
Man, what
Was
a
he-
different campaign that would have been.
With the pet dog.
Yeah, and it was druid, so I could turn into a dog.
Into a dog, yeah.
I mean,
God, he died.
Tom's old
Thank
character,
God.
like Chocolate Duck or something, you know, the
Chocolate
lizards,
Duck.
the barbarian.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Heroically
he got
charging
And like
into the devil.
100% basically like a cannibal, like right,
Like,
just like
yeah,
just
yeah.
eating the
He
enemies.
stupid on purpose. He was like, these guys are too dumb for my story.
That was like the
I mean, that would have been
maybe
quite
should have
a
been in TPK, but we're like it's the first session, maybe we don't.
Let's keep the smart characters. They can make sense. You know. Alright. I
God.
really gotta go. But
Yeah.
great stuff, guys.
Seriously,
Good
thanks so
shit.
much.
Great shit.
Thanks.
Not
Yeah.
getting used out of this
Really
background
appreciate it.
anymore, huh? Weird.
We.
I know.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Delete it all.
everybody.
Alright.
Peace.
Cheers, gang.
Till
Goodbye.
next time.